Alrighty, everybody. Minister Bubba Derek here. I just want to do this real quick. It's 4:39. Let's go ahead and get it. Let's go ahead and get this. I'm gonna rock the Stop looking, listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Jesus put an offer on the table, and everyone out there is now able to come home with God in your heart. You're never alone. If you believe me, you don't need that weed. Give Jesus a hug and put down the rug. Ritual the devil's already won. So why are you picking up that gun? If your spirit is active and fake, why do you need that alcoholic drink? Because the devil tells you, he fools you. But the minister is here to school you. I'm here to preach. I'm here to teach. And it's you I'm trying to reach through this song that I composed. When Jesus comes back, only God knows. Are you ready or are you sent heaven? Are you ready or are you sent heaven? You won't be if you follow me. Come with me. Oh God, what can I say about you? You still love us sinners and you offer your grace for free. I'm not worthy, but you still search me out of a life of sin. And with Jesus' help, I know I can win. I love serving my Lord. He opens the door for a relationship with God. This is the only way in. In the name of Jesus, I always pray and I lay myself as a footstool for the lost demons. I know that it's not true to be a believer, but I'm not with my soul in the hand of the deceiver. A wicked devil, you remember what's up. Put my desires in ice and one for reaching paradise. A day with no pain, no stress. You gave me the way, and now I'm blessed. You can test me, as the devil trust me. But baby, hell is one place I don't want to see. So stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Are you ready or are you sent heaven? Stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Minister Robert Derrick. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Peace, everyone. And that's what I do. It's really hard to be a Christian. Yes, it is. Everybody seems to have a double standard. And we don't get no respect in the world. We are considered weak. We are considered strong. We are considered dumb. But yet, and you see what I'm going to do. We get oppressed. So, this is what we're swapping. Every day I dance before the Lord. No, I take the Jesus like an extension cord. I walk among Christ with my name within the book of life. Let my light shine. Let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my God. And if he lets me live another day, I continue to come to the people and say, God, man, come to God. And start praying. I rule with the Lord within this throne. Heaven is my goal, this earth is a first level. I help my fellow man here with the devil. He's a liar, he's a fraud, his desire is to keep me away from my God. The most people I come off as righteous, but I'm tempted, I might reject. So feel the same that God can't stand firm every day. I've been reborn, I've been hit with many opportunities. I cannot remain in unity with the Holy Father. Love sacrifice under his original Father. I'm a big devout, but it feels like I'm missing out. Most other people that I meet who lie, steal and cheat, seem content while Christians like me. I'm been struggling. Teaching me the other way around. I'm not complaining, but I can tell someone who's living it up to give it up. When they're posting that, doing right is a headache. I've got to be a better road today. You know what, middle ground between Jesus and Satan. I know who to follow. See, I'm not debating for what I'm waiting for. Satan's winning the battle. God is winning the war. Every day I dance before the Lord, so I take it next to Jesus like an extension cord. I walk among Christ as long as my name is my life.
Oh, I knew I forgot something.
Another day, I'm content to come to the day. Stop being selfish. Stop saying it. Come to God and start playing it. I roll with the Lord who is in control. He said, heaven is my home, this earth is the first level. I help my fellow man deal with the devil. He's a liar, he's a fraud, his desire is to keep me away from my God. There's a struggle every day to stay on course. I'm behind the enemy line, so I use the word of God as my force, my resource. Becoming and being to the negativity that surrounds me. The devil has a bounty on my head. Sometimes I regret coming out poor. I feel like I've been wrecked before. But it's okay, the devil can play his mind game, so he can't hurt me right now. That's spiritually. He tries to distract me physically, financially. Being jacked to me, I turn my back to me. It's not easy. It's in man, it's to be greedy. So always want what we can't have. I'm afraid of you to hate, you make me laugh. A beautiful event with a difference is all show. Cause both of these men will take me where I got to go. But if I cheat on still, then I lose my affection. For a house, for a election, to be under the direction of a sick demon. Who go in the home, my soul, no thanks. I roll with the Lord who is in control. Every day I hear before the Lord. So I take like a haterade. I welcome all the strife as long as my name is in the book of life. Let my light shine. Let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide. Let me live another day. I continue to come to the people and say, stop being selfish, stop sinning. Come to God and start winning. Minister Brother Derek. Get it. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derek Show. And I am Minister Brother Derek. I just want to say that I love Jesus. And that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. Can't get enough. I love my Jesus.
Hey.
But people say to keep it real. But here's the deal. If you're not saved, you're missing out. If you're not born again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last.
I love you,
It will
Jesus.
be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will not. You know your soul will go on forever, so you better realize that you need God, or you will be
I
surprised
love you,
by the pain
Jesus.
of a flame that never goes out. The pits of hell where they
I
use
love
love
you,
there's no relief,
Jesus.
not for a moment of peace. The agony and cries never cease. And someone in the background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal. Burn, baby, burn. I'm gonna walk in inferno. But seriously though, this will happen. If Jesus come back and find you napping. See, no one knows the time of day. But if you follow the word, it won't matter anyway. Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick or shed a tear. So in this ground, I show no fear. What you gonna do? Kill me? Make me a martyr? Give me a head start? Put me on the fast track? So keep nagging, keep stacking, keep on shacking up. But get caught napping and the jig is up. And I just want to say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us.
I love you, Jesus.
I love you, Jesus. Don't let that devil deceive us.
I love you, Jesus.
If you think that witnessing to your neighbors is weird, pick a foreign country perspective of a fear. Nations of people who don't know God, only looking for purpose like a Alabama.
I love you, Jesus.
Believe in one Lord, one superior being. Christians should be born of souls by the million. but we spend our time fulfilling the desire of our flesh. We won't give Jesus our best effort, but we ask for blessings that we don't deserve. And you wonder why our prayers are not heard. In church, you put down those who really
I
admire
love you,
you. You know you have a
Jesus.
desire to make that easy money. Drive the fancy car.
I
Feel like
love
a
you,
star. When you
Jesus.
enter the bar, club, deep down, your spirit isn't for God or his ways. So why should anybody listen to a darn thing you say? I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us.
I love you, Jesus.
I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us.
I love you, Jesus.
I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us.
I love you, Jesus.
Let the Holy Spirit feed us. And one more time. I love you, Jesus. All right, y'all, let's get it. Let's get to the Bible study. The minister, Bubba Darren Show. Let's get it.
All right, well, let's get it.
All righty, everybody.
I know I paused that. But anyway. All righty. Welcome to the show, everybody. No time today because it's Bible study. It's not the sermon. Sermon is on Saturday. We're going to, I'm kind of disappointed. Today, I had a big show planned for you. I had a guest, and we were going to look at the origins of Christmas. We were going to look at things that most people don't know, and we were going to come and explain it to you. But things came up, so we couldn't do it. I noticed that we broadcasting on 3 different channels. So we need to find out which channel this is on. So give me 1 second, y'all. It's time for us to go to work because we getting spammed. And I'm getting ready to knock all this out. This person think they doing something. You ain't doing nothing, sucker. They spamming the heck out this channel. And we get ready to knock all that out. Well, give me 1 second here. Let me open up a new window. We're going to stop all that. You're going to get that spamming out of here, whoever you are, you chump. You about to get all that out of here. They think they're doing something. So first thing we got to do is go to the channel. Let's find ourselves. Put it on mute. The first thing we got to... So there ain't no backup. All right. That's the first one. Let me copy it. All right. Now, give me a Google Chrome so we make sure we do this right the first time. Go right there. We ain't going to fool with the Brave. We ain't going to fool with the home of the Brave. Come on, man. Come on, PC. Come on, girl. Come on. It's moving all slow. Mm-hmm. Come on. We ain't got all night. Come on. You know you're wrong for this. But I ain't mad at you. Disappointed in you. Not mad at you. Come on. Somebody gonna send their box in here and think they're doing something. We just gonna knock this right out the box. Because as many as you can make, as many as I can knock out. Simpleton. Let's go ahead and add some more. All right. And let's do it again. Because you know they're going to, hold on a second. You know they're going to have different ways of doing it. Let's add a space to that, and then add 2 spaces so they can't come back again a third time. Do the same old mess. Now we're going to add 2 spaces. Now I'm making you work. See, this ain't nothing to me, but you working. That's where I get my revenge at. All right. That the only one? Let's get him out of here. Bye-bye. You're gone. Now, let's change channels. It was the same thing? All right, no problem. Let's go into this YouTube studio. Actually, we already got the studio open. But there they are. Hold on a sec. Take me to Chrome, please. All right, go ahead and hit save. Now, let's switch accounts. So we got to add an account. Okay. You ain't going to make it easy, and we don't want it easy. If it was easy, it ain't worth messing with. Come on. We really got to do that 2-step verification stuff. Yeah, that's when you see the devil doing his work. But like I said, he working. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. No. What are you doing? I ain't asked you to do that. Shucks. I ain't gonna worry about it. You know you're wrong for that, though. I didn't hit that, but it's okay. We'll fix it later. You know you're wrong for that. Let's scroll down. And let's add these people here. Paste. Add it again. And we're going to go in here. Make sure that they can't double up. All right, do it one more time. See, we're going to outsmart them. Oops. I don't know if y'all can see this. If you can't see it, don't worry about it. Well, we making sure this person got to work hard. And save. All right, that's the second channel down. Now, what's the other channel? Switch account. Add an account. You maybe do it the hard way. Uh-huh. Ain't nobody, we ain't gonna worry about it. We ain't gonna worry about it. Do what you gotta do, baby. You the one working hard. This is easy for me. It's holding my show up. That's about it. Mm-hmm. All right. No, thanks. All right, go to settings. Scroll down. I know y'all can't see, but I don't want the person working these boxes to be able to see. I want them to wonder what I'm doing, but not be able to do anything about it. That's what I'm trying to do here. Like I said, it's holding the show up, but it only takes a few seconds. A few seconds for peace of mind. They're gonna learn the easy way or they're gonna learn the hard way. We ain't putting up with that mess. They're gonna learn the easy way or they're gonna learn the hard way. It doesn't matter to me. Okay, so this is the actual channel. All right, back out. Switch account. Alrighty. All right, so they came back with two more. You know what we're gonna do, right? We get ready to take them out. Told you, devil ain't got no life. What channel was this? All right, so they didn't bring it here. Where did they bring it to? All right. Copy. Let's go into the YouTube studio and take it out. Settings. Now, y'all tell me the devil ain't working, but he's stopping us from doing the daggone sermon. All right. Now let's go back and get that chump out of here. Bye-bye. Let me hit live chat to make sure. All right. Now, go to the other channel. Something told me not to broadcast on 3 channels a day. It's not on the PC? Go to Chrome then. Switch account. It's not here either. So what's the email for that account? Hold on, Sam. Yeah, it's ridiculous that I can't get my show started because we've been hit with spam. But it is what it is. All right, let's go to the channel. You're gonna take your time, ain't you? You're gonna take your time bringing it up. All right, copy it. Since I'm here, oh, they already hidden. Okay, cool. All right, take me to the studio. Can't you do it up here? Yes, you can. Oh, that's an even faster way to do it. Okay, that was quick. All right, bring it down. Let's get these bums out of here. I know y'all want to see what I'm doing, but I don't want them to see. I want them to keep working. But they working right now. This to me is easy. And then do it one more time so they can't come back under the same thing. I'm telling you what I'm doing, and I'm daring you to try it again. Same result gonna happen. Save. All right. You got any more? You douchebag? Do you have any more? Did I see it? They bring any more? Are we ready to fight? Okay, so what channel was that on? First thing we're gonna do is block them. So that's okay. What about this one? Okay, so it's not showing up here. Switch account. That's a sign of retardism, but that's okay. Leave it alone. You can leave that alone. Is it here? No. Alrighty, y'all. Let's get to the show. Y'all see we getting hit with spam. We got a total of 12 people watching, so somebody think they want to come spam us. See, you hit those links, and it allows them to come into your computer or phone and mess with your profiles, your personal information, your bank account, stuff like that. Why YouTube ain't doing nothing about it, I don't know. But what I do is I block them from being able to put it in the chat. So we'll see. They come back with another one. We're just gonna take it out. They're gonna put another name there. When that get blocked, then they're gonna change with the website that they're trying to send you. So when we go in, we don't just do one. Because what they do is they change. They'll add spaces. When we go in, we don't just do the one and block it. We block 3 or 4 different configurations so that when they try to come back, they got to come back with something totally different. They can't keep spamming you, just adding a space or taking the word out. We actually go in there and do it ahead of time. So we'll see if they come back. Y'all let me know. Let's get to our topic. Like I said, we had a big show planned for earlier today, but it fell through. And kind of took the wind out of my sails because we have, had planned the big shindig. But hopefully we'll be able to do it tomorrow. So we'll have Theology Thursday. But we had came across some good articles, stuff that you didn't even know, stuff I didn't know. So hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to do it, or Friday. So that's no excuse not to come do the Bible study. We had a big shindig plan, but it's okay. We'll get to it. Let's get to today's show. I see it says it's 12 people here combined, but ain't nobody typing in the chat. Why is that? 12 people here, nobody typing in the chat. I appreciate all 12 of you being here. But you could say hi. Are you going to participate? We're going to be looking at the Gospel of John 6 and 7, where Jesus says he's the bread of life. We are studying the Gospels because our platform is built on you having a relationship with Jesus Christ. Not having a relationship with the First Lady, not having a relationship with the Rev, not having a relationship with Deacon Jones, not having a relationship with the pastor. You need a relationship with Jesus Christ. Those other relationships ain't going to help you. They might entertain you. They ain't going to help you. You need to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. And that's what we focus on. Because in order to get to God, you got to come through Jesus first. So if you're not coming through Jesus first, God ain't paying you a bit of mind. That's not being taught. I learned something the other day. And I'm not sure how to bring it to you. But somebody brought up the point that the sons of God in the book of Job were able to come up to heaven, and God let them sit there. But then later on, we learned that they were all thrown out. So which one is it? Because see, I was always taught and I always believed that God couldn't stand to be around evil. Or can he stand it long enough to make a point? Because remember, it was God that pulled the devil up and said, well, what about my servant Job? So if the devil is so much the enemy of God, why would God pull him up? Anybody got a question over there? Why would God pull up Job? Pull up the devil. Now, we know in hindsight there was a reason for it. Something that, once again, us human beings don't see. That's why he's God and we're us. When I first read that scripture, I got angry. Why would you gave him the best man on earth? What chance do we have? You gave him up. Like, you brought it up and then gave him up. But then we learned Job was doing everything that man told him to do. But Job did not have a relationship with God. Y'all got to follow me on this. Job did not have a relationship with God. So Job was expendable. The best man on earth at the time was expendable. He didn't have a relationship with God. Don't let that pass you by. Don't go, listen. The best man on earth at the time, the man who followed all the rules of the book of Moses, a man who will be seen as upright and holy as you get, he wasn't walking with God. He was no better off. Now, God did bless him and let him have some things, but he wasn't much better off than somebody who don't know God. Actually, he probably was in a worse position because he knew about God, but didn't seek a relationship with him. I'm going to keep doing these things and you're going to keep blessing me. That's how he was treating God, like God was an ATM. I'm going to do this. You're going to give me more blessings, but I'm not going to have a conversation with you. I'm not going to spend time with you. I'll go out and do the sacrifices and all the stuff that's written down, but I'm not going to take the time to get to know you. He's expendable. Well, now we know to get to God, you have to go through Jesus. And that's what we focus on. That's our focus. Before you can walk, you got to crawl. Before you can crawl, you got to hold on to stuff after you crawl. Then you take your first few steps, then you fall on your face. Hey, Chung, it's a word. It's a step, series of steps. So you got to get through Jesus before you can get to God. You can go pray to God all you want. He paying you a bit of mind. You got to go through Jesus first. Jesus has been given the responsibility to decide who can get to God, who gets to continue on. If you don't have a relationship with Him first, you ain't got nothing. I don't care if you got $1 million. I don't care if you got a yacht. I don't care if you got 5 mansions. You ain't got a relationship with Jesus. Once you close your eyes for the final time, you got nothing. Because you can't bring that yacht with you. You can't bring that $1 million with you. You can't bring that Lamborghini Maserati. You can't bring it with you. That's why we focus on a relationship with Jesus. I got to get you through that door. Once you get through that door, everything else falls in line. But some people say, well, look at John 3:16. As long as I believe that there's a Jesus, I'm going to have eternal life. Ain't that simple? But the evangelical, the Protestants, they tell you, as long as you believe in Jesus Christ, you can do whatever you want to do. Just say, hey, what channel you on? We on 3 different channels. What channel are you on, dear? I'm broadcasting on 3 different channels. Hold on a second, y'all. Okay, what channel is this? This is the e-bike life by disabled. She's not here. Okay. Switch account. eBay like Minister Brother Derek. She's not here. What channel are you on? She must be on the disabled channel. No, we are here. No, the brother Derek e-bike life. I bet you it ain't here. There it is. Brother Derek e-bike life. Okay, well, you need me typing it. She's right here. Welcome. Welcome to the e-bike life of Minister Brother Derek. We got Chung Lee memes in the house. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear
We hear
me?
you now.
I have mic problems. Excuse me. I have a new headset. How you doing, Beatty?
I'm doing pretty good.
I apologize. I'm late to the sermon, but I
Uh,
showed up.
well, you had unexpected things going on today.
I do, and you know what? I'll be honest. This is my son's friends that came into town. But as mom, I had to cook dinner for everyone, and but they're all upstairs now. And I told you I'd call you later, and this is me calling.
Well, give everybody a preview of what we was going to do today. Don't let it all out. Give me a little preview.
We're gonna do the show tomorrow, though, right? Because
Yes.
he'll be gone tomorrow. Me and Brother Derek's going to do the history of Christmas. That's right. We're gonna do trivia. We're gonna test your knowledge on the holidays. That's right. We want to see how much you know about Christmas. Ain't that right, Brother Derek?
Yes. And I don't want to let them out the
Mm.
bag, but there was already a holiday celebrated as Christmas before they brought it to Christianity. I give y'all that little
Multiple,
hint. I give y'all that hint.
multiple countries celebrated it in different ways. Should we say, right, Brother Derek?
Yep. So, but y'all, those of y'all that don't believe when I tell y'all the Romans changed everything around, boy, we're gonna find out tomorrow.
And we want to put the chat to the test when it comes to Christmas. How much do you really know about Christmas?
And
Right?
I'm going to ask the question: do y'all think that celebrating these holidays could be the mark of the beast? Mm. Mm.
You know what though? They all have maybe I might get into it a little bit, BD. But they all holidays have some dark stories to them.
Yep.
That's all I'm gonna say. I don't want to run our show tomorrow.
Yeah.
But we have some interesting facts coming into this next show. Ain't that right, BD? And we'll give Holiday, like, how Brother Derek's like to show Holiday gifts, and he's gonna put his male perspective to it, and I'm gonna get the female perspective. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna throw down on Holiday gifts. Ain't that right?
Yep. That's why I say we had a big show planned, and we're gonna do it tomorrow. So
I
I hope
apologize.
this is
I
good
really,
advertising.
yeah, because we planned to do it tonight, but I had some people come into town. Um, but they're all up there. It's my son's friends. They're all visiting with my sons, but they were all downstairs earlier and they were loud. So there's no way I could have went live with you, Brother Derek, and do it earlier. I told you I'd call you back, and this is my call back. How you doing?
Pretty good. We actually going to be studying the book of John.
Okay.
We've made it up to chapter 6.
Okay. I'll let you read if that's
Well,
okay. And I like to listen. I'll stay up though if you
yeah,
want me
you can
to.
stay up. I'm just gonna.
I'm gonna mute myself though
Uh,
because I love to hear you read.
the
And
way
we
I
talk
stutter,
about it.
you-
I'm the stutterer, okay? I was born deaf. Thank God I can hear. They fixed it when I was a year old. So I thank God for being able to hear. And but I like to hear Brother Derek's sermon, so I'm gonna mute up.
all right. So let me bring everybody in. We're gonna get a little smaller, but we're still here. Hold on a sec. Hit that window. All right. We are in John chapter 6. We made it to chapter 6 already. We just started this. All right. Y'all can see it on your screen. All right. So let's get to it. We'll help if y'all will put it on, your tablet, or if y'all put it on, you know, your cell phone. But here we go. Jesus feeds the 5,000. Sometime after this, Jesus crossed to the far shore of the Sea of Galilee. That is the Sea of Tiberias. For those of y'all who don't know, Chung sent me a video where the people were showing that the Sea of Galilee is actually shrinking. It's shrinking. People were talking about um, Jesus walking on the water. They say that the Sea of Galilee, you can just get in there and lay down and you won't sink. That's the only sea that you can do that on. And it's a hot spot and it's shrinking every year.
Brother Derek, I think maybe, you might get flagged, but I think you should show that video, like parts of it, if you can. Someday, you don't have to do it tonight or nothing, just to prove your point. And, my grandfather was a deacon, Brother Derek. Did you know that?
Yes, you told me.
Hmm.
Believe it or not, when I was little, I dreamed about being a deacon. I wanted to be Deacon Dark. I wanted to be DD. My grandmother was the treasurer, the church treasurer, and so
My grandfather helped build a church in the late 1800s that still stands today, and
wow.
my biological mother is buried there with my brother, believe it or not. And the church was founded in the 1800s. But my grandfather built the church, and I guess it was my great grandfather, and then my grandfather was the deacon of the church. I'm just saying, you know.
All right, y'all. Do not forget, we are broadcasting on 3 different channels. So if it's only 2 of y'all on one, or 3 of y'all on one, or 8 of y'all on one, I believe it's a combined 13 people here amongst the 3 channels. I don't know why I decided to do 3 channels. I just said I give it a shot. What the
You know
heck?
what though, brother Jared, that takes away from your main channel. You might want to just do it on one channel when you do your sermons, because then everybody comes together on one channel.
Yeah, but I look at it like this: if the people that sub to the other two,
That
if
might
they
not be. I get it. I get it. I got
they
you.
they might get hit. Just like the first time we did it, people came in who I hadn't seen in almost a year.
I hear
Hey,
you.
but I'm glad you're
Yeah.
still around. They
Right.
came in
So
like, oh.
I see your point, BD. I do.
So every once in a while we do it.
But
But
where we at in Bible study? I'm gonna mute up and let you read.
all right, we on John 6, Gospel of John 6. We were talking about the Sea of Galilee and how it's shrinking. Another 50 or 60 years, it might not be no more. It's literally shrinking. And it's a shame because, like I said, it's the only sea in the world. The only water in the world. You can just go lay in. You ain't got to be able to swim. You can just go out there and go to sleep. You will not sink. I don't know if this is because of Jesus and Peter walking on the water, but that's the only sea you can go to where you don't sink. It's a big tourist attraction. So Jesus crossed crossed this far shore of the Sea of Galilee, and a great crowd of people followed him because they saw the signs he had performed by healing the sick. Then Jesus went up on a mountainside and sat down with his disciples. The Hebrew Passover festival was near. There was no J back then, so how could the word Jewish be there? The same way they say there was no J for Jesus. How is there a J for Jewish? Anybody want to explain that? When Jesus looked up and saw a great crowd coming toward him, he said to Philip, "Where shall we buy bread for these people to eat?" He asked this only to test him, for he already had in mind what he was going to do. Philip, one of the 12, answered him and said, "It would take more than a half year's wages to buy enough bread for each one to have a bite." Another of his disciples, Andrew, the brother of Simon Peter, spoke up. "Here's a boy with 5 small barley loaves and 2 small fish. But how far will they go among so many?" Jesus said, "Have the people sit down." There was plenty of grass in that place, and they sat down. About 5,000 men were there. Jesus then took the loaves and gave thanks and distributed it to those who were seated as much as they wanted. He did the same with the fish. When they had all had enough to eat, he said to his disciples, gather the pieces that are left over. Let nothing be wasted. So they gathered them and filled 12 baskets with the pieces of the 5 barley loaves left over by those who had eaten. I want y'all to understand something. That will be hard to do today. Because the first thing somebody would say is, did the little boy wash his hands before he gave the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes to Jesus? Did Jesus wash his hands? Then the people sat in the grass. Who really sits in the grass and eats? They didn't have no blanket. They didn't have no. They ain't had no pesticides to kill the ants.
I have something to say, BD. You know how Jesus multiplied all these things? Maybe because it wasn't that the multiplying part was through the people and not through magic. You know, everyone thinks, okay, Jesus made all these fish appear. Maybe it was multiple fishermen there that made it happen. And maybe, I'm just saying, miracles are through people, you know.
And so back then, the people didn't care about the bugs flying on them. They didn't care about the bugs being on the food. They didn't care about, the ants and the bees and wasps messing with them. Because Jesus said out his own mouth, it's not what you take into your body, because it'll pass. It'll come in and come out the other way. But it's what comes out your mouth that can hurt people. If you go down in Mexico and you drink the water down there, you're going to have a bad trip because you're not used to that water. It's going to tear you up, but it won't kill you, but it'll tear you up.
But Brother Derek, isn't your tongue the sword?
Yes, it is. The
So
tongue,
when you use your tongue, it is the sword. That's all I gotta say. And I'll mute up again.
it is the sword, because what you say out of your mouth really shows people what you are. And if you're supposed to be a representative of Jesus Christ, he watched what came out of his mouth. How many people will say anything at any time who can't control their mouth? Rather than worry about what you eating into your body, it's more important to worry about what you let come out your mouth, because that's what let everybody know who you follow. Do you follow Jesus and God, or do you follow the demons, devil, and mankind? Who do you follow? Who do you worship? The words that come out your mouth and your behavior. But I thought I'd bring this up. Y'all remember from Matthew, the Pharisees got on Jesus because him and his disciples didn't wash their hands before they ate. And that's what Jesus told them.
I I've got to interject. That's some nasty stuff, though. Even back in the day, and, I'm going to check out here in a minute, but you got to wash your hands, people. You got to keep germs away. But Brother Derek, keep talking. I'm going to mute up.
Well, they had more perfect bodies back then. It seemed like every generation
But
we go
Brother
farther
Derek,
from God and we get
germs
weaker.
are germs, Brother Derek.
If you live in Mexico or a third
Mer-
world country and
oh,
you drink the water, Your
You
body
gotta
is used to that nasty water.
you
But if
gotta
you come from
understand, I
a
lived
regular
on the
country,
border, BD. I lived on the border of Mexico myself, okay? You do not want to drink the water there, okay? and that's all I gotta say. I'll be quiet now. Preach
I might
on.
I might be incorrect, but correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't the Ebola come because the people in Mexico were growing crops for the United States and the rest of the world,
Ebola
and
come from mosquitoes.
hold on, and they said they hold on, they said that they were using the poop, they were using
Oh.
the poop directly from animals to fertilize the food. They wasn't running it through and cleaning it. They were using the poop
Mm,
directly on the crops, and
I
then they were
thought
sending them up here.
I thought Ebola come from mosquitoes. I don't know. I could be incorrect.
It's one of
Y'all
them
got,
diseases
you know
that we
what?
got in the 80s. It came
Somebody's
from
got to do. I will do some research and have it to you tomorrow, BD.
and
Okay.
see,
But
that could be a good topic.
Ebola, yeah, no, we already have our topic for tomorrow. Okay. I only come up here because my son, I had time. But Brother Dirk, thank you for having me up here. I needed this. You know that tonight? Thank you, BD. I hope I'm being a good co host.
All right. So after the people saw the signs that Jesus performed, they began to say, "Surely this is the prophet who was to come into the world." Jesus, knowing that they intended to come and make him king by force, withdrew again to a mountain by himself. This just reinforces what I've been telling y'all. The clergy had been telling the people that Jesus was coming to help them get back to where they were, the land of the milk and honey. Jesus was coming to help them get back Jerusalem and Judah. Jesus was coming to lead them into beating up the Babylonians, beating up the Romans, beating up the Hittites, the Jebusites. That's what the clergy was telling the people. That's why the people were not ready for Jesus. When the people saw the signs performed, they began to say, "Surely this is the prophet who is to come in the world." But Jesus, knowing that they intended to come and make him king by force, withdrew. So Jesus knew that the people wanted him to lead them in a resurrection against the Romans. That's not what he came for. And the people, if they had known that, would have been more receptive. Some of them got angry, including Judas Iscariot, because they wanted to fight. And Jesus was supposed to come lead them. Instead of performing miracles to heal the sick and bring people back from the dead and do fish, they wanted him to do miracles by knocking out the Roman army. Jesus came and was like, "Love your enemy." What? We ready to fight? Come on, man. Ready to duke it out. Let's get it. That's why they teased him on the cross. Yeah, this daggone Messiah. This man won't even get down the cross. Man, come on, man. You supposed to be the son of God. Ah. The clergy didn't prepare them. And that's
Facts.
why they didn't accept them.
Facts. Hmm. Thank you, Brother Derek. We need to hear this because, we have to love our enemies, right?
Believe it or not, God makes it rain on the evil and the holy. The sun shines on the evil and the holy. We might hate somebody, but we didn't create nobody.
And I agree with that. I don't even hate nobody. I really don't. I have a big heart and I forgive. I forgive people. Because we all sinners.
Yep, ain't every one of us a bit of good.
Facts.
But if we give up the reins. You know how when you're riding a horse and you use the reins to control the horse?
I don't know. Sometimes that horse can buck you off.
Yeah. Well, you have to give up the reins of your life and hand them over to Jesus. That's the hardest thing for a human being to do, to be able to hand over the reins.
Just doing what's right. Some people have a hard time. I agree. Some people have a hard time doing what's just right.
And it's like,
You
Jesus,
know, we all have issues, right?
I like having a relationship with you, man, but this is so boring. How
And
come
it's
I
so
can't go out? How
hard.
come I can't go out there and I can't go out there and cheat nobody? I can't go out there and beat nobody up.
Right.
I can't go out there and gamble. I can't cheat no old people out of their life savings. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can go to heaven, man. I don't know. It sounds like
And
it's gonna
I
be
don't think
boring. It's
some
gonna be
people want to,
boring.
right? I don't even think some people want to go to heaven because I think they would think that it would be boring. But, we all have to deal with our reality. Let's
If
put
you
it
have
that way.
if you have an ailment, all you gotta do is take a drink from the river of life. So there
I
won't
don't
be
know. You have to
nobody.
boil it. That way you don't get pesticides or
We don't. There ain't gonna be no pesticides.
how about some what's the word I'm looking for? Things that crawl in the water.
It's the river of life. It makes you.
But we
It
got to
will
think.
keep you perfect. It will keep you
But we got to
perfect.
think the river of life is woman, Breedy. Think about it. We're the we're the river of life. If you want to break it down, we're the river of life. Woman is.
A, a woman has the vessel for
But we're
someone new to
also
enter the life.
the river.
But
Because if it
but
wasn't for our river,
but after you get here, after you
if it
get here,
wasn't for the
what
woman's
sustains you?
river, there would be
After you
no
get here,
life, right? Think
what
about it. You
sustains
got
you?
to think about it in a different mentality.
I see what you're saying,
Okay?
but I'm
If
taking the
it
broader
wasn't
view.
for a woman's river of life, life wouldn't exist. Word. Just saying. This is another way of looking at it. Because if you want to think of a river and life, the woman's river of life, think about it, is her. Uh, I ain't even gonna say it because you already know it. um, but our
But
river woman represents the river of life, BD.
the river of life is no good without the sperm, and the
I
sperm is
agree.
no
No,
good without
hey,
the.
that's
So
the fish, BD. If you think about it, hey, I'm gonna break it down. You gotta understand. I come from a religious background, right? But see,
okay,
I have a different way. My grandfather was a deacon, okay? So I think of I have a new way of thinking about religion. And when Brother Derek was breaking about I don't know, um, I was adopted, I'll be honest. But I'm kind of learning everything freehand here. But when Brother Derek's talking about the river of life, gotta think of a female's productive system. Okay? That's a river. And yeah, the male plays a part in that. And I don't deny that. But you cannot deny the. I'm going to be quiet here because I'm getting lost. But go ahead, BD.
Jesus walks on the water. Isn't it amazing how I was just telling you about the video that you showed me about how the Sea of Galilee and how now people is drying up, but people can actually go lay in it and not go down. I didn't know this story was coming up. I forgot. It's amazing how.
I
But when
really wish you would show. I mean, I don't know if you get a copyright for it, but I really wish you would show that. Yeah, I don't know how I found that channel, but I found that channel and I was watching it before I shared it with you. And I wish I could go lay in the river. You know what I'm saying?
do you still got the link?
I do. I think I have to find it. Hold up, Pastor Derek. I'll go look.
It should be in the hangout.
I could find it. Just give me a minute.
All right, while you doing that, I'm gonna cover this and then we're gonna look at the Sea of Galilee.
Well, maybe we should just do that on another show, you know?
Okay.
Okay.
When evening came, his disciples went down to the lake, where they got into a boat and set off across the lake for Capernaum. By now it was dark, and Jesus had not yet joined them. A strong wind was blowing, and the waters grew rough. When they had rowed about 3 or 4 miles, they saw Jesus approaching the boat, walking on the water, and they were frightened. But he said to them, "It is I, don't be afraid." Then they were willing to take him into the boat, and immediately the boat reached the shore where they were heading. The next day, the crowd had stayed on the opposite shore of the lake, realized that only one boat had been there, and that Jesus had not entered it with his disciples, but that they had gone away alone. Then some boats from Tiberias landed near the place where the people had eaten the bread after the Lord had given thanks. Once the crowd realized that neither Jesus nor his disciples were there, they got into the boats and went to Capernaum in search of Jesus. Jesus, the bread of life. When they found him on the other side of the lake, they asked, "Rabbi, when did you get here?" Jesus answered, "Very truly, I tell you, you are looking for me, not because you saw the signs I performed, but because you ate the loaves and had your fill. Do not work for food that spoils, but for food that endures to eternal life, which the Son of Man will give you. For on him God the Father has placed his seal of approval." This is a good point here. Jesus said, "I'm telling you, y'all looking for me, not because of the signs I performed, but because you ate and had your fill. And you'll get hungry again. And you'll expect me to give you more food." He says, "Do not work for food that'll spoil, but work for food that endures to eternal life, which Jesus will give you. For on Jesus, God has placed his seal of approval." So the disciples asked him, what must we do the works of God requires? What must we do to do the works God requires? Jesus answered, "The work of God is this, to believe in the one he has sent." So they asked him, "What sign then will give way that we may see it and believe in you? What will you do? Our ancestors ate the manna in the wilderness, as it is written, He gave bread from heaven to eat." Jesus said to them, Amen.
But isn't manna life, PD? I just needed. I just had a question. Isn't manna life?
Actually, for 40 years, the Israelites wandered around the deserts,
Yeah.
and that's all they had to eat was manna.
But manna
So
means life
yeah,
force. So what was the food? I'm just curious. I'm
the,
asking questions for me.
the food was something that fell to the earth every morning at the same time every day, and you was only allowed to get what you needed. If you tried to be greedy and get more than what you had, it
But
would
who were
rot.
the people gathering the food? And what was the manna? I'm just asking questions, right?
Well, you said that manna mean life, and
Right.
they were
So
sustained.
if the manna is dropping and people are gathering the manna, so what is the manna? Was it water? I'm thinking
It,
cuz nobody could live without water.
no, they said that it was a bread that was sweet like
A
honey.
bread that was
Yeah, it
sweet
was a
like
bread that was sweet
honey.
like honey, but it was
And
more
it just
like, and it
fell
was
from the
flaky.
sky.
And if you ever watch Gilligan's Island, you know that they had coconut coconut pie and coconut cake and coconut this, and so the people had to be creative and try to come up with different recipes on how to make it because they ate the same thing every day for 40 years.
Right. I'm only asking questions. That's it. I
But
don't mean no harm.
when you out there in the desert, you know that they ain't nothing unless you lucky enough to find a scorpion or something. There
I
ain't
don't
nothing to
know.
eat.
In the desert, you have I lived in the desert, so I know.
I
You
mean,
have cacti. There's
snakes.
things you don't,
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
trying to watch my language. I do not like snakes, but there's things in the desert that you can eat.
I got news for you. If I'm
Hey,
in the desert and I'm
society,
starving,
society's here. Hi, society. Hi, society. Society's here. Hi, society. I know society. She's cool, brother Derek. Give her
yeah.
society's awesome. It's yeah, but I'm just here to help brother Derek out. I love society. She's cool.
She says it's also known as the corn of
Hey,
heaven.
brother Derek, I will vouch for society. Can she have a wrench? For real, can society have a wrench? I'm asking for society. I like society.
What channel was she on?
I don't even
You ask
know.
her.
Yeah, I want society to have a wrench.
Wait a minute.
Hey, society.
Hold on.
I know society. I've just given it to you because I know you real. And this is real conversation. Society, she says she doesn't need a wrench, but that's a real person that deserves one when they don't want one. You hear me?
Yes, hold on.
Uh,
I'm looking. I'm trying to find what channel she on. Give me one
I
second.
don't know.
Yeah.
But she's making sense, right, BD? She
Yes,
says,
she's not on
please,
that channel either. Switch account, and so
thank
she must be on the Brother Derek channel. Uh,
yeah.
the
She's a
Brother Derek
really
e-bike
good
life.
person and she deserves one.
If I'm correct, that's 52.
And she will
Oh,
come and you see what she's saying. She's a real person and I like her. She'll tell it like it is, even if she don't like something. And that's all I gotta say. She's real.
all right. Give me one second here. Let's pull it up real quick. Come on.
But what she said is right, Brother Derek? Look, read what she wrote. She's on the e-bike life channel.
I'm on it. The e-bike life. E-bike life. What? How we get on by disabled? I went the regular e-bike life channel. Hold on. Wait a minute.
I don't even know how I ended up on the other channel either, but I did. But it's okay, right?
Well, that was the reason to
So
bring out
thank you,
people.
society.
All right, hold on a sec. I think you're on 51. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
That's the name of the email. It's
I
45,
just know this is a
45 to
real
70 something.
person, and she calls it like it is.
Okay.
And she's only here to give conversation on the subject, and she's real, and I know she's real, so
All right.
I vouch for her. I think she should have a wrench. And society, he don't he don't give many wrenches out, but um I know you're a good one, is all I'm saying, and I vouch for her.
All right. I
Yeah,
appreciate you being over here, but
she's
it's more
good
people.
people.
It's more people on the e-bike life of Minister Brother Derek.
Oh, okay. He says you need to go to the other chat, society.
But it's not a lot of people ain't really chatting anyway. So
It doesn't matter where she's at. She can come chat with us no matter what. You know what? She's one of the ones that would come on the panel. She's real, and I vouch for her. That's real. But anyway, where were we at, Brother Derek? She says she here.
all righty. We were here because
She says she's here.
they talking about the manna. They asked him, "What sign, Jesus, will you give that we may see it and believe you? What will you do?" They said, "Our ancestors ate the manna in the wilderness, as it is written, He gave them bread from heaven to eat." Jesus said to them, "Very truly, I tell you, it is not Moses who has given you the bread from heaven, but it is my Father who gives you the true bread from heaven. For the bread of God is the bread that comes down from heaven and gives life to the world." Sir, they said, "Always give us this bread." And Jesus declared, "I am the bread of life. Whoever comes to me will never go hungry. Whoever believes in me will never be thirsty. But as I told you, you have seen me, and still you do not believe. All those the Father gives me will come to me, and whoever comes to me, I will never drive away. For I have come down from heaven, not to do my will, but to do the will of him who sent me. And this is the will of him who sent me, that I shall lose none of those he has given me, but raise them up at the last day. For my Father's will is that everyone who looks to the Son and believes in him shall have eternal life, and I will raise them up at the last day. So Jesus is telling you what he came for and what his mission is. He's telling you. I hear you
Look,
coming in,
see?
Chung.
Yeah, I'm just happy the society's here and she's putting in the input. Read what she wrote, BD. This is a real
Okay.
person. Thank you, society, for being here.
Wait
For
a minute.
real.
Hold on 1 second, because she came over. She came over to the other channel. So hold on. Wait a minute. All right. Go to the channel. And I'm sorry y'all can't see what I'm doing. Alrighty. All right. So she came over and we took care of her on this channel too. The next time she says something, she should be in blue. Okay. Now, Jesus said, "Whoever comes to me, I will never drive them away." Meaning that we have to say, "You know what? I try to do this, Jesus. I can't do it. I rather go the way of the world." But he also says he shall not lose any of the people that God has given him, but raise them up at the last day. He also said that God's will is that everyone who looks to the Son and believes in him shall have eternal life, and I will raise them up at that last day. But y'all have to really understand what Jesus is saying. He ain't just saying, hey, I believe in Jesus. I know I'm going right. Hey, come on. You really have to let him come into you and guide your life. Now, if he says it like that, people are going to turn around and walk away. I got to do what? I can't cheat on my wife no more. I can't bully nobody no more. I can't gamble no more. I can't do drugs no more. I can't mess with the little kids no more. I don't know, man. That's a hard bargain. I don't know if I can do it.
Brother Derek, you just like nailed the you know, you just like said it all, you know. Nobody should mess with little children ever, you know. You know.
But there are people, if they could set up a church and they could set up a little country,
You know,
but you can,
cults are
they would
cults.
do it.
Me and
They
you
would do it.
talked about cults, right, before,
Yeah.
and I told you I was a part of a cult one time, right? Maybe twice before, right? Privately.
Do
And
you know there are over 40 different Christian religions
yes.
that all use the same Bible? What separates them? The founder didn't like what the current religion was teaching, and they decided to switch it to fit what they wanted. That's why you got so many different versions. And almost every religion has different versions. You have Greek, unorthodox Greek.
Yeah.
You know, you even have Jewish and unorthodox Jewish. Well, we believe in the Jewish Bible, but we do things on Saturday. We not as strict as they are, but we still have the belief. You know,
Mhm.
and then you got the I think I saw somewhere that there were people calling themselves Muslims, but they don't do the worship every day. They only do it once a week instead of doing it 2 times a day, where they get down on their knees and
You
pray or
know,
whatever.
I was a part of Pentecostal holiness. I was a member of an all black church that locked us in the church and made us get down on our all it was, you know, people can say what they want to about me, but they don't understand where I've really come from. This church um had mostly children and adults too. And you know, I'm just saying, I was a part of this church and they used to make us and I was new to this church. I did not stay in this church long, just to let everyone know, because my son now, that's the army soldier, was like 6 year old when I entered this church. And it was an all black church. And it was Pentecostal only holiness, but it was mostly some adults, mostly children. And when we entered, they locked us into this church and they made us get on our hands and knees for hours. Yeah, hours. And we would worship for hours. And you couldn't wear pants. You couldn't wear like anything you wanted to. You had to wear a skirt. And they picked me and my son. It was a cult society. It wasn't a cult. I told Brother Derek about it. It wasn't a cult, but it was Pentecostal holiness. That's what they claimed. The pastor was a black female, and she said she spoke in tongues. And we were trapped. I'm gonna say trapped. Me and my son was trapped in there one day, right? My son was sick and we were asking to go home, but see, they picked us up and they didn't want to take us nowhere once we were locked in. And but they would literally we would be on our hands and knees for hours praying to God. And when my son was sick, I'm like, I need to go. My son's sick, but they wouldn't let us go. Uh she was talking in tongues, giving my son olive oil on his head and on his tongue. And they finally took us home. But you don't understand, it crossed the line. Because when we went home, they would go in our house and search our house for anything they thought that was occultic, which is strange, right? And my son had a Harry Potter movie, and they made us throw it away. But believe it or not, I quit this cult. I did. I quit. I quit. Me and my son like left it, and they found us while he was in high school. Believe it or not, they found us years later. Totally different area. They found us. Me and my son act like we weren't home. I'm sorry. We were ghosting them. Yeah, they were tapping on our door, our windows, and I didn't answer it. No, no, no. Something was really weird about that situation, and I
Well,
dropped it.
evil don't take a holiday, and they kept looking for you, and you didn't answer the door. They're gonna bang on the window.
Yeah.
They probably had all the doors surrounded. No, they ain't nobody coming
Society,
out the back.
society. It wasn't even about. I'm all for like giving and everything, but me and my son literally would be on our hands and knees for hours. And the church consisted of children mostly and some adults, and they would show us occult videos. That set me off. That's what really, it wasn't even about the worship. It was about the videos that they were showing us.
But can I ask you something?
Hmm.
Can I ask you something? This is not bad. Just ask something. Um, did they make you do these things?
Well, kind of, yeah, because you're locked in this building.
So
You're
did
locked in.
they made you get on your knees and worship?
Yeah. And if you got on your hands and knees, they'd cover you in a sheet. Women
See,
had to wear skirts. I mean, my son was running a temperature, and I was asking to go home, and they wouldn't let me go home, Brother Derek.
that's the difference between a cult and the real religion. Because Jesus doesn't. Jesus wants you to come to Him. He doesn't make you do anything. You have to want to
No,
do it. So,
I don't mind worshiping though if it's right.
so if you was in the church and you wanted to sit on the pew, and some people wanted to get down on all fours and worship,
No,
but that was
everyone in this church had to get on all fours, no matter who, except for the lady that ran the church, the pastor. She spoke in tongues supposedly, and I mean, I was on my hands and knees for 4 hours, 4 hours At one time, I was on my hands and knees for 4 hours, Brother Derek. 4 hours. That's a long time. I could understand an hour, maybe 2 hours. I was on my hands and knees 4 hours, maybe even 6 hours. I don't know. I lost count.
How does you being on your hands and knees? How does that make you worship harder? It makes you uncomfortable. It makes you say, "I can't wait to get the heck out of here." That's what it makes you say. It ain't
No,
time to get.
it
It ain't
wasn't
time to
about.
get
I
up yet.
didn't. I didn't even think about that, BD. I was really worshiping. It wasn't. But
Man, my knees hurt. Man, my arms hurt.
after a while, it does
I
make
thought
you feel
religion supposed to
uncomfortable.
make you feel good. I'm gonna have to go home and soak in some water. Like what
I
the heck?
believe in prayer though, and I believe in. See, this church actually made me change the way I believe in things. I hate to say it. Um, I do believe in prayer, and I believe in good. Can I say that? I believe in good in people, but see, these days that I don't even know if I can even say that these days, BD.
We learned when we studied the whole Gospel of Matthew. We learned from Jesus said, when you pray to God, don't do them long prayers like you see them clergy and Pharisees and Sadducees do. Just tell God what you need, that you love Him, and can He help you out? So you praying, you with there going 5 billion people on the planet. You think God gonna sit there and watch you pray for 6 hours? I
No,
just
but
said,
I want to answer society's question, or not even the question. I understand what she's saying. I'm not even saying all Pentecostal churches are like what I went to. The church I went to was a small family church that was uh it was ran by a lady and her children and her grandchildren, and I guess I was just me and my son was there, and they loved this. Don't get me wrong. I could go back to that church right now if I wanted to, but I don't want to because I mean, they literally would they came in my house, and anything they thought that was like uh anything they thought they didn't like or was witchcraft, they threw it out. Okay? I'm just saying, even movies, they would throw it out. And, that's
they had,
when when my son was running a fever, and I was asking to leave, and they picked us up, right? Because I didn't have transportation. I'm gonna be honest. I've been through some hardship in my life, okay? But I ain't trying to put that out here on YouTube. But what I'm trying to say is this church picked us up, and I told them my son was sick. I didn't. My son wasn't that sick, but when we got there, it's like he got sicker, and I told them that I needed to leave. You know what they did? They made him drink olive oil. They put it on his head. They made him drink it, but they wouldn't let us leave. And they made me pray while my son was off to the side on my hands and knees with I'm just saying, but they wouldn't let us leave. I'm trying to show, real Brother Derek, what you're doing is real church. I want people to understand when I talk about soda cult, like the Tommy shit, and I see um the people that worship Tommy as a cult, and I've called it out. I don't want to bring that to your platform, BD, but I'm the one that called it all out because I've been in it. Um, I'm the one that could say because I've been in a cult. Okay, not a lot of people would say that, but I've been in a real live cult, and I got out. Okay? So when I see a cult, I have the right to call out of a cult. You get me? And so a lot of people say, well, Chong Lee, you're not this, you're not that, and you don't have a right to do that. Well, I do if I was in something, if I see some beehive, because a cult is beehive behavior. Beehive is cult behavior. Okay.
Okay, so let me ask you this: the people
Mm.
came in there and they took his Harry Potter video.
They took more than that. Any
Okay,
video they didn't like, they went through my house like they were the Nazis. This shit was crazy. And you don't understand. This is when I decided to get the fuck out. When they, and this is like tonight. When my son was sick, when they brought us home, this is what they did. They went through my house. Cults are real.
well, hold on a sec. This is the problem. We've been following Jesus Christ around. Has he gone in anybody's house and gone through
But
it?
these people, no, but they say, you got to understand, even cults use Jesus to do their dirty work. So you don't understand.
I do understand
Cults,
because
yeah.
if you wanted to get your son's Harry Potter back, you just go buy it as soon as they leave.
But
So
you know what? I did, but that
you
wasn't the point.
see,
It was the point
you
that
have to
what they
want
did, they
it.
should have never done what they did, because I don't think, yeah, you go to church, but I don't think anybody has the right to invade your home for religious reasons,
But
to
see,
say
if
whatever's
they
in your
really
house is wrong or right.
if they really thought that we just using Harry Potter because it's what you mentioned. But let's just say that they had a problem with Harry Potter, then they should give you a good reason and have it drawn out. If you have any Harry Potter literature or videos, it's sorcery, it's something, and we would appreciate it if you don't watch it or have it. But if they come in there and
But
actually take it,
yeah, they took it and threw it in the
that's
trash.
Jesus will not take you. He asks you to come to him. If he has to come
Yeah,
take it,
they
then it's
took
not a
it and
choice.
they threw it in the
It's
trash.
not your will.
Anything, any movie they didn't like, it wasn't just Harry Potter. Any movie they didn't see, people don't understand something. When I got into this movement against Tommy, I seen the cult like behavior. Okay? So, yeah, I stood against the cult like behavior and the injustice that was going on with people. So I acted on it. And maybe in my corny ass way, excuse me, Brother Derek. And I'm not perfect here, but uh, I couldn't even wear, I wasn't even allowed to wear pants to church. I had to wear a long skirt that covered my ankles. And they literally made me get on my hands and knees to pray. And you don't understand something about me with prayer. I prayed for hours and upon hours on my hands and knees with my butt covered in a sheet, because they made me get on my hands and knees. They had to cover, they made me wear a skirt, but I had to be covered in a sheet that they provided, because they thought someone wasn't right about that. That
No,
was in the cult.
they thought somebody was going to be tempted to come up behind you. That's right.
Everybody, even the children was on their hands and knees, but they covered up the women. So it wasn't about that, BD. It was about,
So the men ain't strong enough to be able to resist. Is a woman butt there?
but I
I
just want
can't
to know.
control myself.
I
Hallelujah.
want people to know real cults exist. They might not be big cults, and there are big cults out there, you know. But I've lived through a real cult, a real religious cult. So, people want to say, "Why'd you go against Tommy? Why'd you?" Because first of all, I didn't think Tommy was right. Okay, and second of all, I thought Tommy was running a cult, and it is. See, a cult is a beehive mindset. Okay.
All right. So let's continue on
Okay,
before
I'll be
before
quiet,
Soho
baby.
Nation come over here. So
You know what? I got you, brother Derek, on them. Okay.
Jesus said, "For my Father's will is that everyone who looks to the Son and believes in him shall have eternal life, and I will raise them up at the last day." At this, the Hebrews, they begin to grumble about him because he said, "I am the bread that came down from heaven." They said, "Is this not Jesus, the son of Joseph, Job's boy, whose father and mother we know? How can he now say, 'I came down from heaven'?" See, you always gonna have some people that's sitting around waiting for you to say something so they can jump on you, they can record it, they can get their screenshots, and they can't wait. But Jesus fights back. He tells them, "Stop grumbling among yourselves." Jesus answered, "No one can come to me unless the Father who sent me draws them, and I will raise them up at the last day. It is written in the prophets, they will all be taught by God. Everyone who has heard the Father and learned from him comes to me. No one has seen the Father except the one who is from God. Only he has seen the Father. Very truly I tell you, the one who believes has eternal life. I am the bread of life. Your ancestors ate the manna in the wilderness, yet they died. But here's the bread that comes down from heaven, which anyone may eat and not die. I am the living bread that came down from heaven. Whoever eats this bread will live forever. This bread is my flesh, which I give for the life of the world. Now, Jesus just told them basically the reason why he came, what's going to happen. But the people ain't trying to hear what he's saying because what he's saying, he's making sense, but they're not trying to hear it. The Jews begin to argue among themselves. How can this man give us his flesh to eat? So everything Jesus said, they didn't pay any of that no mind, except that he said he came from heaven and that he said that he was going to give us his flesh to eat. Jesus said to them, "Very truly I tell you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life, and I will raise them up at the last day. For my flesh is real food, and my blood is real drink. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood remains in me, and I in them. Just as the living Father sent me, and I live because of the Father, so the one who feeds on me will live because of me. This is the bread that came down from heaven. Your ancestors ate manna and died, but whoever feeds on this bread will live forever." He said this while teaching in the synagogue in Capernaum. So the people had a problem with him saying that he came down from heaven. They had a problem because, wait a minute, this man talking about he seen God, talking about what he gonna do. He can give people eternal life. Ain't this Joe's boy? Joe's boy, from the broke down people down there in Bethlehem. We ain't got up there on morning. What? This is what they were thinking. Weren't they barely making a living as carpenters? And now he calling himself the son of God. He seen God. He ain't came down from heaven. Then we watch this boy grow up. Don't he make boats? This is what the people are saying. Society says Matthew 18 and 20. That's funny, BD. It's not funny, but it shows you how people hear what they want to hear. But they totally missed what Jesus was saying. Thank you for writing this stuff down, John, so that we can see it. Because they heard it and didn't pay it no mind. They only heard what they wanted to hear. But at least we can read thousands of years later and say, hey, that was some good knowledge that Jesus just dropped right there. From this time, many of his disciples turned back and no longer followed him. So a lot of the people got mad because Jesus put himself right under God. He told them, yes, your parents ate manna, and that manna sustained their life, but they still died. If it wasn't for the manna, they would have starved to death. So the manna sustained their life, but they all died. The purpose of them wandering around was for that generation to die, because God didn't want to take them into the new land, the milk and honey, with these people still holding these grudges. They still want to go back to the Egyptians, and they still want to worship idols. And he wanted to kill that generation off and start with the next generation. That's why he made them walk in circles for 40 years to kill them off so he could start fresh. It didn't do any good. Their children messed up, and their children messed up even more, and their children really messed up to the point now that they were beat up by the Philistines, they were beat up by the Babylonians, and now they beat up and subservient to the Romans. And to be honest, the true Israelites will never not be under somebody until Jesus come back. It's written. So you can talk about a revolution and it ain't gonna happen. We can't even agree to go to a movie and not shoot it up. How the heck we can't go to a club and not shoot it up? How we gonna lead a country? Be honest. We know that the Israelites were shipped all over the world. And those of us in this country, a lot of Israelites fled they fled into the middle of Africa, and they set up good civilization. The majority of the Africans that were sold in the slave trade were the Israelites that fled down there because they weren't African. They didn't belong to them. They had no problem. Here you go. You give me some money and guns and some horses. Take them. Shoot. I'll help you catch them. Because we didn't belong to them. That's why when people say, do you want to go back to Africa? I don't want to go back to Africa. That's not my home. No black person in the United States should ever want to go back to Africa. Why? And people always talk about what happened in the United States. The Arabs took 5 million of the people and put them through the worst torture. The stuff that the Europeans, the Spaniards, and the Americans did was nothing compared to. Right off the bat, if you was a male, they cut your penis off. They cut your penis off the minute they bought you. And they took some coals and put it where the penis used to be at to close it up. You know how much pain you had to, that much pain that was? And then they made you walk miles through the desert, chained up and walking. They say only a third of the people actually made it. That the Arabs bought 50 times as many slaves as anybody else on the planet did. Because most of them didn't make it. And they did the same thing to the women. They cut the women's clitoris out and yanked out their, I don't know how I can say it nicely. They yanked out their insides because
Eh,
they didn't want
y-
them to reproduce.
Brother Derek, that's still happening to this day, and that's sad. They're still doing the female um destruction to the female. I don't want to say it because I'm not trying to get your flag, but they're still hurting females like that till this day.
Yeah, there's some places in Africa where they actually cut they cut the clitoris off of the female because they don't want them to have no pleasure doing sex.
But they still, I know what you're saying, but I just want people to know this stuff is still going on to this day. This is no, yeah, it might be Old Testament stuff, but it's still going on. Yeah, that cult found me 10 years later after my son went into the military. I'm there at my house by myself chilling, right? I'm watching TV and I hear a knock on the door. My son was like 6, maybe 8 years old when we were in that cult. I'm not sure because it's so long ago. But I know 10 years later, because my son was in the army, I heard a knock on the door. And I opened the door, and it was the female preacher. And I'm like, living in a different county, different place.
But look, I'm gonna show you the difference.
Mm.
After Jesus told them that nobody can come to the Father unless they come through Him, and that the Father has to send them. People got mad. From this time, many of His disciples, the people that were following Him around, they turned back and no longer followed Him. Now, Jesus didn't do what your cult did. He didn't run behind them and go in the houses and see what they had and all that. He said, hey, you'll come back on your own or you won't come back. But he turned to his own disciples and he said, do you want to leave too? He asked his 12 disciples. Simon Peter answered him, Lord, to whom shall we go? You have the words of eternal life. We have come to believe and to know that you are the Holy One of God. Now, do y'all see the difference between what it takes to follow Jesus and what it takes to be in a cult? The cult gonna come get you. Jesus is going to ask you to follow him. He might have one of his followers come and say, hey, would you like to follow him? He will never make you because we've been given free will. You can't make somebody do nothing. They will always break away. Chung Lee, for example, her and her son broke away. They still kept looking for her. Now her son was in elementary school. They kept looking for him so long they found him when he was in high school. That's got to be 5 or 6 years. Yeah, she left, but where'd she go? Where did the son go?
It was 10 years,
10
BD.
years. God darn. I was being generous.
10 years. My son
I was being
was
generous.
already in the army when they found he was gone. I'm there by myself. I opened the door to him. I'm like, I'm like shocked that they found me, right? And I'm trying to be nice because I'm not trying to be rude to them. Okay, I've never been rude to them because they want to believe what they want to believe, right? It doesn't mean I have to be any part of it. So I'm trying to be respectful to what they believe, but just leave them alone. but it got intrusive. After that, when I opened that door one time, I closed, I just closed the door. They was knocking on my bedroom windows. They were knocking on my windows. I was in the house. I ain't lie. Um, and that I'm not gonna lie to anybody. It kind of turned me away for a minute. I'm like, um, I didn't even know what to think after that, brother Derek. I mean, um,
Well, let's look here.
and you know
Sound,
what's
sound.
weird though, is when I got into this YouTube stuff and I started seeing the cult-like behavior in different people, it kind of scared me. But I knew they didn't know that it was cult-like behavior. So, you know who put the Soto Nation cult word out there? It was me. I said it was a Soto cult, and it stuck. And I do think that it helped people wake up from it. I'm not saying everybody's woke up from it, but and I had it was about one's belief, even if it's wrong. I'm gonna be quiet because I don't want to bring drama to your channel, BD. So I'll be quiet on that note. But I'm just trying to prove a point here. With the cult-like behavior, you know, and what you're preaching right now. I'm gonna step back, BD.
All right. So then Jesus replied, "Have I not chosen you, the 12? Yet one of you is a devil." He meant Judas, the son of Simon Iscariot, who, though one of the 12, was later to betray him. While we at this point, let me bring up a good point because this came to me and yeah, my neighbors know what I'm getting ready to say because I was fussing at the devil earlier today. Judas was one of the 12 disciples, but Judas had a purpose. If Judas didn't turn Jesus over, how would he been crucified? The other disciples wouldn't do it. It had to be one. It had to be one. And Jesus even said, I've kept them all safe except for the one that had to be taken. But he took his own life out of guilt. This was Judas Iscariot. Judas Iscariot is the man that turned Jesus over to the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the teachers of the law and the elders. He did it for 30 pieces of silver. He turned over and gave up his place as one of the 12 who would rule with Jesus, sitting at the right hand of God for 30 pieces of silver. But it wasn't the silver that really motivated him. As I told you, Judas kept waiting for Jesus to come on, let's go fight. Let's get to work. And Jesus is talking about this. Forget down here. I'm trying to get you set up after this. But Judas could only think about right now. He heard the teachings, he didn't care. His only thing is right now. Right now, we are under the rule of the Romans. Before that, we was under the rule of the Babylonians. I don't want to be under the rule. I don't want to learn to love these people that are over us. I want to kick their butt and take our stuff back and get back to where we was. But you can't go back because you've proven that you're not worthy of it. Your ancestors have proven that they are not worthy of it. That's why it was taken away. They got chance after chance after chance. Read Judges, chance after chance after chance. Jesus and God say, hey, can't do nothing with them. Now we know we can't make them. If you look at the Israelites as they got into the new land, Jesus was there in a cloud and Jesus rode them like a dove. If you did anything wrong, it stopped raining, they get attacked. Well, somebody sinned. And somebody would have to admit, yeah, it was me, I sinned. And they would have to leave and be cleansed and then, had a sacrifice done and come back. They kept doing it. They kept doing it. That made God realize, even if the sin is so strong, even if I set aside my own people, they still can't do it. They can't do it. The sin is too strong. We can't make them. Unless we take away their free will and make them like animals, we cannot make them. And I don't want them up here with me because they're going to be robots. And the devil will be right. They will not worship me on their own. I will have to make them worship me. So the new plan was to send Jesus down. And the prophets are telling everybody what's going on, but they ain't got no Bibles. So they at the mercy of the clergy. And God knew this. God knew this. And he set the trap. The devil thinking, hey, we're going to get Jesus out of here, and then I get to take back over and keep doing what I'm doing. And people are going to forget about his miracles, and I'll get people to go back to doing what they've been doing, cheating, lying, stealing, killing, having sex, whatever. It didn't occur to him that he actually was helping with the help of Judas Iscariot, with the help of the Pharisees and the teachers of the law, with the help of Pilate, even though he didn't want nothing to do with it, with the help of the Roman guard. He thought he was doing something, getting rid of Jesus, not knowing that he was being set up. But I asked the devil this question today, and I wonder if anybody want to comment on it. I asked the devil this question today. Judas was needed. Judas was needed to hand Jesus over. Right? But if you think it's 3,000 years before Christ, and if we believe the calendar, it's 2,100 years after Christ, you're going to tell me that the devil's still doing the same stuff he was doing from the beginning, from the garden on. And he know what's going to happen to him. And he ain't made no changes. None. What's his purpose? What's his purpose? You can say, well, what was Judas's purpose? He had to be one of the 12 to turn Jesus in. What the heck is his purpose? I'll be generous and say 5,000 years. What does he accomplish? What does the devil accomplish in 5,000 years?
It's trickery, isn't it? And then,
What is?
excuse my, I
Sorry,
know
go ahead.
you're a real religious man, but I'm gonna say fuckery. Okay, and that's what's going on in today's world. Fuckery. It ain't even trickery. It's fuckery, and it's the same meaning, BD. But you know what God did over this fuckery shit? He forgave. And that's what people's missing from the what you're saying right now is the forgiveness part.
But you have to earn that forgiveness, and that's what's not being taught. That's not what's being taught. Cause see,
What
as
society is saying
as long as
is
you not
right on.
as
She's
long as
right.
you're not
Mhm.
walking with Jesus and God, as long as you're not
Mhm.
walking with Jesus and God, you make the devil happy, and he think he's doing something.
Society is right though. Read what she said, Brother Derek.
Man,
I like society.
he said Satan is diligent. That's why he's successful in his temptation. Well, him and his fallen angels are,
Yeah.
because they know that we have a weakness. The weakness is our free will and our sinful desire. And he'll always feed into that. And we, like puppets, we are drawn to it. You know, yeah, we love you, Jesus and God, but God done it. I want to do what I want to do. And if you tell me it's wrong, I'm going to make up reasons why I can do it.
Right society, no one's perfect. You know what? You know what though? People lose the part of forgiveness in religion because I do believe in forgiveness. And but there's you know what? There's a dark side. People have a dark side. They don't want the forgiveness. They want to say they're religious, but they still want to be on the dark side of religion. They want to judge, they want to hate, and they want to do with excuse my language, Brother Derek, the fuckery of people, because where it's lay. But you know, I'd just like to see people do better, all people.
Now, forgiveness is important, society. Forgiveness is important because here's the problem. When you hating on somebody, you the one to suffer. What do you mean? Because you the one that's right about it. The person you hating on is getting on with their life. You sitting there worried about what they doing, following them around, keeping tabs on them, trying to keep them down.
Hey, Brother Derek, we're going to keep it real. He's trying to minister me right now. For real. Brother Derek, let's keep it real. You're trying to minister me, right? On you know who?
No, but it fits. No, but it fits.
But
It fits
it's
though.
a deal with it, right?
But actually, it fits. I wasn't
But
going
I
there, but it
still
fits.
forgive, though. You know this about me, right? No matter what she does, right?
But if you
And
hold on to it,
I'm not holding on to it.
if you hold on to it, and you let it direct what you doing, that person got a victory over you.
I think I said what I need to say, and I'm letting it go.
And it also
You
allows you,
know?
it separates you even further from God and Jesus, because they don't
Mm.
want that kind of person. That's why if you holding a grudge against somebody, let it go.
You know,
Let it
Brother
go.
Derek, you've known me for years, right? You've known me for years. One thing I can do is forgive people. Can't I? No matter what. I think I can forgive. I know I can forgive people.
And see, people don't understand. They think that because you forgive somebody, you gotta be that buddy. You ain't got to do that.
No, nope, nope. I don't
But
have to be their
they
buddy.
believe that.
What is it? Forgive but not for for
Now forget.
that's it. That's it. That's what I was looking for.
But you should never hate a person, no matter what they do, what they've done. You hate the behavior. I need y'all to focus on that. Never hate the person because they might be the most ignorant, evilest thing you ever seen in your life, but God still love them. God don't like that behavior. And at the end, they're gonna get thrown in the furnace. But that's for God and Jesus to do, not for you to do. Even if you happen to have a neighbor move next door to you and you find out they was in prison for murder for 25 years. Oh, but it's time for me to move.
And Brother
I ain't
Derek's
living next to
still
a murderer.
preaching to me because he knows what I'm going through privately.
I'm not living next door to no murderer.
No, to some haters and
Well,
some.
well, that person
I don't
might have murdered
know.
somebody 30 years ago, but what have they done in the past 30 years? You judging them by one
Um,
act.
if
What have they
somebody
done?
murders, I don't know. Brother Derek, has a serial killer that killed 3 people in my family.
Well, I'm not
So,
saying he got to be his buddy, but
if somebody killed my family member, I will have a grudge probably till the end of time, and I will ask forgiveness before I die for God. But you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to
this
be
is
a better
hold on,
person,
Chung Lee.
BB.
You are being a good example right now. This is a good example. You don't do it because you think that God wants you to. If you let Jesus into your heart, you will want to do it on your own. That's why you cannot trick your way into paradise. Yeah, but I'm gonna wait until I'm dying, then I'm gonna say, "Yeah, I forgive him." All right, now you gotta take
No,
me, Jesus.
that's
I
not
gotta
what I'm
say,
saying.
uh-uh.
That's not what I could go deep into my life, but I don't want to let everyone know about Brother Derek. Me and you've talked privately about my life, and you don't know everything. But uh, things that happen in my life, I'm letting go. And see, see some people on YouTube have things going on in their life, and they're carrying it over into other relationships in YouTube life. Okay, let's say. And I'm just saying, you can't carry over baggage onto other people that's going on in your own life, because that will drag you down, if that makes sense. I'm trying not to say like what what I'm trying to
Well,
like
don't. Stop
yeah,
right now.
I'm
Just
trying to
stop.
be good,
Let,
BD.
us keep going. Jesus goes to the festival of tabernacles. After this,
Okay.
Jesus went around in Galilee. He did not want to go about in Judea, because the Hebrew leaders there were looking for a way to kill him. But when the Hebrew festival of tabernacles was near, Jesus' brother said to him, "Leave Galilee and go to Judah, so that your disciples there may see the works you do. No
Brother
one wants
Derek,
to
can I
become a
pause you
public."
for a minute? I'm sorry. Uh Maybe I went about what I just said wrongly, but what I mean to say is people on YouTube carry their real life situations into the YouTube world, and they need to let it go, because not everybody's the same on here, is what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense?
All right. So what's your comment on what I just read?
I,
Jesus did not want to go to Judea because the Jewish leaders there were looking for a way to kill him, and it wasn't his time to go yet. But his brothers told him to go to Judea so that the people can see the works you do. They said, "No one who wants to become a public figure acts in secret. Since you are doing these things, show yourself to the world." For even his own brothers did not believe in him. His own brothers were trying to get Jesus to go to Judea or as you did, so he can get killed.
Yeah, setting them up for some BS. How about that? I'm trying to watch my language, everyone.
His own brothers, his own brothers,
Uh,
they
yeah,
wanted him to get killed. You
yeah.
imagine what it's like to be the brother of somebody that's walking around doing miracles and you can't do nothing. Hey,
Or somebody trying to be positive, kind of same situation and getting hated on. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
so Jesus told them, "My time is not here yet. For you, any time will do. The world cannot hate you, but it hates me because I testify that its works are evil. You go to the festival. I am not going up to this festival because my time has not yet fully come." After he said this, he stayed in Galilee. So Jesus is telling them, ain't nobody worried about you. That's go ahead. Ain't nobody worried about you. It ain't time for me to go
Hmm.
yet. I still got more stuff to do here. So y'all go ahead and have a good time. I'm going to stay back here. But after his brothers left for the festival, Jesus went, not publicly, but he went in secret. Now at the festival, the Hebrew leaders were watching for Jesus and asking, "Where is he?" Among the crowds, there was a widespread whispering about him. Some said he is a good man. Others replied, "No, he deceives the people." But no one would say anything publicly about him for fear of the leaders. Doesn't that actually, Chang Lee, that actually happens on YouTube today.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
That
That's
actually
what it been.
happens on
But
YouTube today.
I'm doing it in a roundabout way because if I say it straight out, what would happen to me? I get crucified, BD.
What are you doing in this chat? I saw you in the chat over there, and you know that person don't like us. Why the heck is you over here?
You
Well,
know.
YouTube is a free platform. I can't go to wherever I want to go. No, you can't, because only people that like this host come here. If you don't like the host, you can't come. And if
It
you
ain't
like
even about
somebody
who
that,
likes
that
the
don't like the
host.
host, you can't come.
It ain't
If you
even
don't,
about who dislikes the host. If a person in the chat doesn't like you, they'll hop up on the platform and say, "Why is that person here?" Even if that person has not done nothing to the host. So, yeah, I get you, Brother Derek.
so the people are scared of the elders. They scared
But you
of
know
the
what?
clergy.
I believe elders should if you're an elder, you should make an example and be a good positive uh a positive you gotta I'm trying forgive me everyone, I'm trying to do good here. Y'all go, Brother Dirk, can I say it, what I'm going through right now? I'm going through something right now, everyone. Brother Derek knows what I'm going through. But I think if you're going to be an elder, you got to be a wise elder. Let's put it there. Okay. You got to be a wise elder and you got to set an example. You just can't claim that you're an elder because you know what? An elder brings wisdom. And if you don't bring the wisdom, you ain't nothing, okay? You can say elder all you want, but if you don't bring the wisdom behind the elder, your words don't mean nothing, even in real life. Okay, I'm gonna step back now. That's what I mean. Hey, I need to get that out, PD, because
Well,
elder doesn't mean nothing unless you stand and you got to be an example. An elder is an example, right?
you know, I remember I was working security, and it
Mm.
was this guy that would come through, and basically his whole family, basically, they hustled in that area, and that was one of their big points. And he had a son, and the son thought that I didn't like him, but I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about somebody else, right? It was a misunderstanding, right? But get this, he came up and we had a conversation because I think at that point they were trying to kill me. I think the son wanted to kill me, right? So y'all remember I told you a story about the man with the Chef Boyardee ravioli, and about how I had to take him down and I was beating him in the back of his head. Well,
Uh-oh.
this guy, this guy had a reputation from chasing people across this same business lot and was shooting at him. So he had a reputation in the neighborhood. He was at the bus stop, and while this was going on, and he was like, "I was getting ready to come in there and help out, but I saw you handling your business." And he said, "Can I ask you one question?" He said, "I used to think you was a wuss, and now I seen you ain't. I ain't seen you fight. But let me ask you one question. Why are you preaching to somebody? Why you beating them in the back of the damn head?" I said, "Preaching." He said, "Yeah, you was like with the power of Jesus, and you gonna be repentant." I'm like, "What?" And if you out there and you watching the show, you can come in and testify. He said, "I've never seen nobody give a sermon and a whooping at the same time." So even though he had just knocked out my boss and I was beating him in his head, I was still preaching to him. I did. And if you watching, you know, and anybody that's watching that's from Baltimore, that's from the West Side, you know who I'm talking about. Oh shucks. He said, "How the heck can you be beating somebody in the back of their head and be preaching to them at the same time?" He said, "I've never seen that." You wasn't calling them as reference. You was sitting there preaching to them. He said, "How can you do that? How can you preach and beat somebody at the same time?" Because in their minds, if you're religious, you must be a punk, a wussy.
Hey, society, that's the only way to do it. A sermon and a whooping. He's giving it to us all up here, for real. Oh.
Uh-oh. It looked like somebody just got blocked. Oh well.
No, that was one of these
One of them thingamajig.
bots. There's another one in there. I might have missed one. Hold up. I didn't see two of them. I only seen one. But when I come in the back chat, I see two.
And that's because we're on 3 different channels. I think you can see
Okay.
everybody. So
So
Purdue. Did you get that one?
I got one. No, I got the like Greek one. There must be three, BD.
Okay.
Yeah, brother Derek gets sermon and a whooping. Yeah.
All right, you
He's
already
giving,
got that one.
you know what, society, he's giving it not just to me, he's giving it to RE2. He's giving it to a lot of people on here.
I
He
haven't
gets,
said no names at all.
but I'm gonna be,
Well,
no,
why you
she
had to bring that
said,
name up?
well, okay, I take it back.
Don't bring no
Okay.
names up in here. All you're gonna do is bring some
Are
trolls in
you
here.
mad at me? I'm sorry. My bad. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. No, but she made a good point. Sermon and a whooping. And not just her. I said me too, BD.
Just
I'm just saying you gave it to us all. Fairly. you know? And
we
I'm
trying to
not
keep it
like,
clean here. Yeah,
yeah,
it's a Bible study.
I'm not trying to say just her. I said you gave it to me too. So I apologize if I mention names. But, it is what it is, and she knows it too.
Oh, we already know some heat coming, but
But
um,
I'm just
but
keeping it
but
real, BD. I hope you're not
I
mad
made
at
hold on,
me for
hold on.
that.
I'll say it live. I made YouTube take that video down. If y'all got a beef, why am I in the last 2 videos? I mean, I'm in the thumbnails. Why am I in the video? It's beef between y'all two, not me. And then she got me sitting up there looking fruity. I made him take that shit down.
It's not even between me and her, BD. It's between Now she's trying to put you in another male. I don't even want to say his name because I'm not even trying to put the names together. But
All
she's
right,
trying to
well, let's
put
leave it alone. Let's leave it
right.
alone.
I'm just trying to say she's trying to put two other people against each other. That's what she does. She she has a problem with person, so she tries to put
I don't
other
want to talk
people.
about her on the show.
Okay.
Stop. Stop.
I didn't talk about
Let's
her.
let, let's get back to the scripture.
Okay, let's get back to the sermon.
Don't let
But
the devil slide in with the evil. Just
yeah,
stop right
that
there.
is yeah, that's the devil. Yeah,
Not
I
until
totally agree.
halfway. But I will say,
Mhm.
I dare anybody to come over here and tell me that I shouldn't have taken that video down when I got nothing to do with the beef, and that why she got me up there looking fruity, and I ain't got nothing to do with it. And she's been asked to stop doing it, and she keep doing it. Anybody want to come over here and say something, I'll gladly take you on, but you ain't gonna win because this is an unwinnable situation. There was no need to keep putting me in the video. It's supposed to be between you and her, but yet when somebody look,
Or
I'm the first
somebody
thing they see.
else.
I'm the first thing they see. As soon as they see the video, it's my picture there. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Leave me out of it. I haven't been in the
No, she
roast sector
just
in
wanted
months.
us to fight, and that ain't
So,
happening.
so
It
I
ain't
made sure they took
happening.
that
Me
shit
and
down.
brother Derek's not gonna fight.
So it wasn't nothing personal. I
No,
don't have nothing against RE.
we're over
She has
our
a wrench in this
issues.
chat. She has a wrench in this chat, but she got me up there looking like a
What?
damn Fruit Loop. You can't defend that. You can talk to me till you blue in the face. You will not win that argument. Let's get back to the sermon here.
Okay,
Jesus
okay,
teaches at
I
the festival.
agree. Let's do it, BD. Let's do some sermon. Mhm.
Not until halfway through the festival did Jesus go up to the temple courts and begin to teach. The Jews there were amazed and asked, how did this man get such learning without having been taught? Let's take a look here. A lot of people believe that you have to go do years at a seminary in order to be able to preach. But yet, Jesus and the 12 disciples are out there preaching, and ain't none of them been in a seminary. None of them have been taught. You even hear the leaders saying, how did this man get such learning without having been taught? None of them were taught by another man. That's what they're not saying. That's what they're not getting. Because if they were real, they wouldn't need to be taught by another man about the word of God. If they had a relationship with Jesus or God and the Holy Spirit is activated inside them, they don't need no schooling.
Facts. I
He-
agree.
Jesus answered, my teaching is not my own. It comes from the one who sent me. Anyone who chooses to do the will of God will find out whether my teaching comes from God or whether I speak on my own. Now, a lot of people will never call me minister because I went to Bible college, but I didn't. I only did one semester. I didn't finish it. A lot of people will not call me Minister Brother Derek. They won't do it. I don't have no problem with that because I'm not worried about what you call me. I want you to hear this message. But if you ever do watch my shows, you see I go first. And we pick two things, we pick two or three things at random. I just type in the topic. And if it's something to read, I bookmark it and I read it to you after I do what the Spirit tells me to say. Then we see, does what the Spirit tell me match up with the people that's being taught? So far, we ain't been wrong. So when you say, well, I'm not going to call you Minister Brother, I don't care what you call me, but I care that you listen to the message. I'm not going to get caught up in the title. You don't have to call me minister or reverend. Who cares? I'm not interested in what you call me, but get the message.
Hey, BD, you're always brother Derek to me. Mm.
Jesus says, my teaching is not my own. It comes from the one who sent me. Anyone who chooses to do the will of God will find out whether my teaching comes from God or whether I speak on my own. Whoever speaks on their own does so to gain personal glory, but he who seeks the glory of the one who sent him is a man of truth. There is nothing false about him. Has not Moses given you the law? Yet not one of you keeps the law. Why are you trying to kill me? The crowd answered, you are demon possessed. Who is trying to kill you? Jesus said to them, I did one miracle and you are all amazed. Yet because Moses gave you circumcision, though it actually did not come from Moses, but from the patriarchs, you circumcise a boy on the Sabbath. Now, if a boy can be circumcised on the Sabbath, so that the law of Moses may not be broken, why are you angry at me for healing a man's whole body on the Sabbath? Stop judging by mere appearances, but instead judge correctly. Ooh, that was a burn from Jesus. Mm, that was a burn. They asked him, who trying to kill you? He told you. Because I did a miracle on the Sabbath. And you want to kill me. But yet, you circumcise a boy on the Sabbath. So how come you can do that, but I can't heal somebody? I can't make somebody well. I can't bring somebody back to life on the Sabbath. You want to kill me for doing that. But it's okay to circumcise somebody on the Sabbath. That's work. I think that you can wait a day to circumcise a baby. Baby ain't going nowhere. But somebody that dying, somebody that spent 35 years not being able to walk, somebody that spent 40 years not being able to see, somebody having leprosy and nobody don't want to touch them for 40 or 50 years. One more day is one more day of torture for them. Why should they suffer one more day when I can heal them? But see, you want to, you who don't follow the law, now want to claim it. Now, when you see you might can get some leverage, now you want to claim the law. Sanity said that's how people are today. If you don't have a degree or master's, they think you're ignorant. In order to get that degree or master's, you have to prove yourself the man. Man can't get you in the paradise. I liken it to American Idol. You can get up there and perform, and the crowd can love you. But if you want to continue on, you got to get past Simon. You got to get past the Spanish lady, whatever her name is, and you have to get by Paula Abdul. If you want to get into the afterlife, you don't want to get thrown in the pit of furnace. You have to get by Jesus. Jesus is the Simon Cowell. It's hard to get by Simon. It's 10 times harder to get by Jesus. Because to sing is a natural talent. But to sin is also natural. And sin separates you from God. And if you love to sin, there's no way you can go on. And I don't care how many pastors you see, and I don't care how many churches you go to. If you love sin and bathe in it, shower in it, you are at odds with God. Why would God want you to continue on with him? Down here, he ain't got to look at you. But when you come up there, you think he want to look at you every day? You think he wants you up there insulting the angels and getting everybody all riled up? How come we gotta sing every day? I don't want to sing. All we do is sing, and we sing these sissy songs. Why ain't there no beat? Can we get a bass line? Can I get up here? I need to get my twerk on. I need to get my dance on. They ain't got no reggae up here. Can't do my boom, 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 boom. All we do is, hey, Jesus. Hey, God. Like, God darn. And why everybody look the same? Why everybody is well? Ain't nobody missing an eye, nobody missing a toe, nobody bow-legged. I can't make fun of nobody. Why ain't there no comedians? Chris Rock didn't make it. Where's Eddie Murphy? God darn. All we do is sing all day. I can't do this. Send me to other place. God darn. A lot of people don't want to go nowhere. God darn, it's boring up here. Ain't no gossip. Huh? Ain't nobody doing nothing up here, you know. There ain't nobody freaky deaky. Ain't no celebrities. Can't make fun of nobody. What's going on here? There ain't no TMZ. Ain't nothing here. We ain't got no soap operas. Jesus says, stop judging by mere appearances, but instead judge correctly. At that point, some of the people of Jerusalem begin to ask, isn't this the man they're trying to kill? Here he is speaking publicly, and they are not saying a word to him. Have the authorities really concluded that he is the Messiah? But we know where this man comes from. When the Messiah comes, no one will know where he is from. Then Jesus, still teaching in the temple courts, cried out, yes, you know me, and you know where I am from. I am not here on my own authority, but he who sent me is true. You do not know him, but I know him because I am from him, and he sent me. At this, they tried to seize him, but no one laid a hand on him because his hour had not yet come. Still, many in the crowd believed in him. They said, when the Messiah comes, will he perform more signs than this man? The Pharisees heard the crowd whispering such things about him. Then the chief priests and the Pharisees sent temple guards to arrest him. Jesus said, I am with you for only a short time, and then I'm going to the one who sent me. You will look for me, but you will not find me. And where I am, you cannot come. Then the Hebrews say to one another, where did this man intend to go that we cannot find him? Will he go where our people live, scattered among the Greeks, and teach the Greeks? What did he mean when he said, you will look for me, but you will not find me? And where I am, you cannot come. Once again, Jesus is telling them, they're going to kill me. They are going to kill me. And you're going to be looking for me, but you won't find me. But I'm coming back. To this day, they have never found the body of Jesus Christ. With all the DNA and everything else, they cannot find the body of Jesus Christ.
But Brother Derek, the reason why you can't find the body is because he arose. He rose. Remember?
Right.
That's why you can never find the body of Jesus Christ, because he arose.
But the people are not hearing that. They trying to figure out who the heck this guy is. This guy, he can do some miracles, but is he really the Messiah? And he talks stuff and it sounds so good, but I really don't understand what the heck he's saying, because I'm trying to put my intent with what he's saying and it don't match, because I still want to do what I want to do. He's telling me to do better. I don't want to do better. I like it the way it is now. But if I want to get with him, I got to stop doing what I'm doing, and I don't want to stop doing what I'm doing. So I'd rather kill him and get him out the way. I can keep doing what I'm doing.
I hear you, but you said they were trying to find him. Can't find somebody that's been arose and not there.
But that's what he's telling them. You will look for me, but you will not find me.
Because he has arisen. He ascended. So he's not going to be there because he arose. Arose. He's not there because God uh, made him arise. So you'll never find his DNA. All
And
they
so
have is that what is
the
it?
cloth.
Yeah. That's all they'll have with his image on it, supposedly. You know?
But see, but he's telling them ahead of time. I'm going to go someplace that you can't go, and until you die, if you're lucky enough, you might
Yeah.
go to the nice part of baby hell, but you're still not going to get up into
So there's
the
a
real heaven.
hey, let's establish something. You said baby hell. There's no
Hmm.
baby hell, there's just hell, BD. Let's get to it. You know, as
Hmm.
Brother Derek says, just hell. You'll burn up in the furnace.
Hold on.
That's what Brother Derek says anyway. I'm using your words, BD. I hope you're
Wait a
not
minute.
mad.
Yeah, I'm going to give you an example.
Mhm.
See, I can show you better than I can tell you.
I'm just playing with you,
I
and
know, but
I
give
just
me 1 second.
yeah, I
But
know. But I'm just using your words. But you said baby hell. There's no baby hell. There's this is Brother Derek's illustration of what you will go through in the afterlife, okay? Um there's
now I
yeah,
want y'all to
you
take a
have
look
a
here.
small in between mark there, everyone, okay?
This is the earth on your left, right? Right. Those that actually have a relationship with Jesus,
There's no baby
they
hell
are going to
though.
get through that. See that little narrow gate? See that little narrow gate? Look how narrow it is. Now look down here where hell is. Look up here. Look down here. Look how wide that gate is. Why is it so wide? Look how narrow it is. Now, this is this is the place of the dead, meaning that after you die, you know that your body gets buried and then it rots and whatever, right? And just be the bones laying in the ground, right? But your spirit,
Mhm.
the spirit that
Yeah.
runs through your blood, your life force, it goes
You're a
to one of these two
banner.
places. It goes to one of these two places. You either go here and get tormented, or you go up here. But you still haven't made it to heaven yet. You at the place of the dead. You still haven't made it to heaven yet. But you can be up here chilling, or you can be down here being tormented.
Mhm.
You can be up here chilling or down here tormented. Up here chilling, down here tormented. Now, after Jesus comes back and there's the final battle, he's going to make everybody line up. And the people that's in the graves, they use that as an example. But the people that's down here, they're going to line up. They are going to line up. The
But
people
to
that's down here are going to line
clarify, there is no baby hell, right, BD? We have to clarify it for the people. That way they know that there's no baby hell.
Well, see, I call it baby hell because I think
Why?
because the real hell is being thrown in the daggone lake of fire.
But there's still no baby hell. You either go to it might be a parallel spot in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Because it might be a place because you've not been all bad and you've not been all good. They might throw you in the middle, but there's no baby hell. You either go to hell or you go to heaven or in the middle. Okay, we gotta
I,
clarify it.
I try not to make it sound as bad as it is, but
It is what it is. What it is,
that's
what
true.
it
That's what it is. But the fact of the matter is,
is.
you either go to one of these two places.
But
There
it
ain't no in
is
between.
what it is.
You either go down here and you on fire for thousands of years and you dying for a drink of water, you would kill for just a drop of water. You would just kill for it. And you hear the moaning and the groaning and you in dark except for the flame you on. And even though it's thousands of you down there, you can't see each other. So it's like you alone. And it's awful. But up there, you be chilling. You can make it to paradise. You gonna be chilling up there, laid up, sitting up there with Moses and everybody, or Abraham. Y'all just laid back, chilling, relaxing, just waiting,
Do you
waiting
think
patiently.
everyone has their own houses up there and they have their own cell phones and um you know what I'm saying? You think it's like their own community up there? They would choose to come back down here to Earth.
I don't think that they will be. I don't think you'll be allowed to like have a business and stuff like that. And besides, what would you watch on?
Do
Seriously
you
though,
think maybe it's like kind of
what
like
would
a
you watch
Matrix thing?
if you sitting there in paradise? What would you watch?
Look, hey BD, think about it like this. Is it kind of like a Matrix thing? Can you come back and people who I've been watching, and you're gonna laugh at me for this, and everybody in chat might laugh at me, and they might like screenshot it. I've been like watching these shows about afterlife stuff. I'm trying to watch my language, afterlife stuff, and people
In
recalling their.
Revelations.
hmm
But yeah, the lake of fire is the second torment at the judgment. That's why I say
Yeah, see.
that's the one. That's the one that's gonna be the end
Mm.
all to be all right there, boy.
Yeah,
Because
see, I don't want nothing to do with that. I'm
the
sorry.
furnace is so hot, it's gonna burn your spirit up. Imagine that.
Yeah.
You
I don't
know,
want to be burned up. I don't know. I am probably gonna be burned up because I'm gonna. You know what? When I die, y'all gonna laugh at me for this. When I die, I do want to be cremated, and I want to be buried underneath a fruit tree. And every year, Brother Derek can come by, take a piece of my fruit, and say, "Chocolate tastes good this year." Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep.
except for there's gonna be one problem though.
What?
When you die, the spirit leave your body and come here, so your
But
body is a shell.
I'm
Ain't nothing
just
there.
I'm
There ain't
just
nothing
trying to
there.
be I'm trying to be funny,
I
BD.
know, but I was just saying. I want to remind people that when you die, your body is a shell.
I'm trying to be funny.
So you
But
know,
see, I do though. When I die, I want to be cremated and put, my family don't believe in the cremation, but I want to be cremated and put in nature. Like I want to be put underneath a oak tree, or I want to be underneath a fruit tree. That way everyone come by and taste me every year. That's right.
how they gonna taste you? The worms and the maggots gonna eat you up.
Not
The
necessarily because
worms
I'm
and the
already
maggots gonna eat
asked.
you. Well,
How
if
they
you
gonna
already
eat?
asked,
How they gonna eat me up, BD? It's my spirit.
okay,
Is what I'm
and
getting at.
because
My
if you ask,
spirit.
it's going to rain,
Listen to me.
and somebody's going to
My
drink.
spirit will go
Somebody going to drink your
into,
ashes.
listen to me. My spirit will go into that tree.
No, it won't. It's going here.
Yeah, it will. Yeah,
It's
it
going here.
will.
It's
Where?
either going up
What?
or down.
You said hell? You said I'm going to hell, BD?
I say either
No.
up or down.
You
You're going
said
in.
I know I'm going up because I do good deeds.
You're either
And
going down or you're going up.
I know I'm going up. It ain't I don't have to debate it. I know. hmm I do good. Yeah.
And supposedly, see right here, it says Great Fix Golf. If you can make it to the end, you can look up and see the people up there chilling. And if they care to, the people can come to the edge and they can look over, but they can't cross. That's why it's called the Great Fix Golf. That separates
You
them.
know I'm trying to be funny here, BD, though,
I know,
right?
but that's kind of cruel though. I can look down. Hey, Johnny, I thought what happened to you? What happened to you? I thought you owned 9 churches. What you doing down there? You gotta admit, that's gonna be funny. But hey, Pastor Stevens, what happened to you? What you doing down there? I'm glad I did leave the church. God darn, I'll be down there with you.
Yeah, I'm very glad I left the cult. But Brother Derek, I got that from a movie when what I just said, but I thought it was a cool way to go out. Instead of rotting in the ground, why not like be planted underneath a tree, right? And every year furnace I mean, just the tree will embellish whatever and my soul will go into the tree. That's what I want. Because I'm Native American and I want to be part of the earth. So that's what I said.
Who wants me? I'm trying to get off the earth. I don't want to be part of it. I'm trying to get out of here.
Not me. I mean,
I'm
I
trying to
think
get off the earth.
see, I believe you come back to the earth eventually. And I'm Native American, so I believe um I just want to like do you know what I'm saying? I want my spirit to have good purpose. I know I'm going to get off this earth, okay? I'm gonna be honest. I you know what's hard is I'm both. I'm Native Americans and something else. So I believe in best of both worlds. So I believe I will get off the earth and I believe in doing good things by doing good deeds, you know?
All right.
That
This story
mhm.
is called The Rich Man and Lazarus. Keep the image of what I just showed you as we read this story. Keep the image in
Okay,
your mind.
let me blow it up. Hold on.
There was a rich man who was dressed in purple and fine linen and lived in luxury every day. At his gate was laid a beggar named Lazarus, covered with sores, and longing to eat what fell from the rich man's table. Even the dogs came and licked his sores. Ah! The time came when the beggar died, and the angels carried him to Abraham's side. The rich man also died and was buried. In Hades, where he was in torment, he looked up and saw Abraham far away with Lazarus by his side. So he called to him, Father Abraham, have pity on me and send Lazarus to dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue because I am in agony in this fire. I need y'all to understand. This man lived at his gate, was covered with sores, and the dogs came and licked his sores. This man was in such agony, he was willing to take a drop of water off this nasty bum.
Mm,
That's how bad it's gonna be.
wow.
And try
Mm,
to marinate. Don't try to focus on this. I just
I
showed you
know.
in the picture,
Yeah. You know
and
what?
people.
Times are getting like that too, BD. Mhm.
But Abraham replied, Son, remember that in your lifetime you received your good things, while Lazarus received bad things. But now he is comforted here, and you are in agony. And besides all this, between us and you, a great chasm has been set in place, so that those who want to go from here to you cannot, nor can anyone cross over from here to us. He answered, I beg you, Father, send Lazarus to my family, for I have 5 brothers. Let him warn them, so that they will not also come to this place of torment. Abraham replied, They have Moses and the prophets. Let them listen to them. No, Father Abraham, he said, if someone from the dead goes to them, they will repent. But Abraham said to him, if they didn't listen to Moses and the prophets, they won't be convinced even if someone rises from the dead. Did y'all get that? Even if he did come back and warn them, they might straighten up for a week or two, but then they're gonna go right back into their old lifestyle.
I agree. Mhm.
But I want to give you that was just an example of what I showed you in the picture. That's from somebody that was actually there.
I mean, I agree with you, brother Derek. I'm just trying to look at the you know, yeah, we know what's going to happen to people. And
You
it's
know,
sad. Mhm.
lot of people think they're gonna be down there in hell. They're gonna be chilling with the devil having the strip club and everything. I don't think so.
You know what? I don't know if you believe in afterlife experience, but I've been listening to some on YouTube, and this one guy said he went to hell, and he said what they did to him was horrible. I ain't gonna repeat it on your show because you will get flagged. But he said, you know what he did? He asked God to save him, and God saved him. It wasn't that easy, though. I'm not going to go into all the details of this story, but maybe I'll share it with you in the back. Maybe you might want to share it on your show if you believe in that kind of thing. And I do. I think sometimes God sends messages through people. Mm.
All right, we almost done here. Where are we at?
Thank you, Brother Derek, for this. I really
Welcome.
needed this tonight. You know that? And I apologize if I mentioned other people in your show. Just want to say. I hope they're listening though, and I hope they're learning. And I'm gonna step down. Not step down. I'll just mute.
On the last and greatest day of the festival, Jesus stood and said in a loud voice, "Let anyone who is thirsty come to me and drink. Whoever believes in me, as the scripture has said, rivers of living water will flow from within them." By this he meant the Spirit, whom those who believed in him were later to receive. Up to that time, the Spirit had not been given, since Jesus had not yet been glorified. On hearing his words, some of the people said, "Surely this man is a prophet." Others said, "He is the Messiah." Still others said, "How can the Messiah come from Galilee? Does not the scripture say that the Messiah will come from David's descendants and from Bethlehem, the town where David lived?" Thus the people were divided because of Jesus. Some wanted to seize him, but no one laid a hand on him. You got people debating. Somebody can correct me. It's two towns of Bethlehem. Joseph is a descendant, as is Mary of David. But Joseph was the father in name, but Jesus was inserted into Mary's womb. Sarah, Mary's cousin, was the mother of John the Baptist. John and Jesus were like months apart. John came first to prepare the way, and then when he had to be put out the way so that Jesus could shine. You know, like when the old when the old lion get put down or the old horse get put down, and you get to bring in the new stallion. But the people are saying, because of where he came from, it can't be him. Look where he came from. People are trying to convince each other he is a Yank. They got him right there and should be trying to get as much knowledge and information as they can. They too busy fighting among each other over dumb stuff. That's the part that they get me about people. So finally, the temple guards went back to the chief priests and the Pharisees, who asked them why you didn't bring him in. "No one has ever spoke the way this man does," the guards replied. "You mean he deceived you also?" the Pharisees retorted. "Have any of the rulers or the Pharisees believed in him?" "No, but this mob that knows nothing of the law, there's a curse on them." So now the people who they taught The people who they taught, it's their job to teach them the law. They just said they know nothing of the law. So somebody talk to me, please. Can somebody talk to me? They made it the gods for not arresting Jesus. Jesus, they just told them the way this man speaks is amazing. And to be truthful, they didn't know if the people was going to turn on the guards and beat them up. But listen to this: have any of the rulers or the Pharisees believed in him? No, but this mob that knows nothing of the law, it's their job to teach the people the laws. He just said they know nothing. So that means they've taught them nothing. Does that make sense to anybody? Let them marinate. The teachers are saying that the students don't know, but it's their job to teach them. And you wonder why Jesus didn't hang with them. You wonder why Jesus didn't want to be around them. It's their job to teach the people. They hold the scrolls. And they're proving what I've said. Everybody didn't have a Bible back then. They only knew what the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the elders taught them. Those that actually came to the temple only knew what they were taught. And you have them saying they don't know anything of the law. It's their job to teach the people. So the people should know the law because it's their job to teach it to them. They proving that they suck. They telling you they suck. We ain't taught them nothing because they don't know nothing. What kind of teacher would stand in front of a principal and say, don't listen to these kids. They don't know nothing. I know because I didn't teach them nothing. How long would they have a job? How long would they have a job? The parents come up there, my child dumb as a doornail. What the hell you been teaching them? Don't listen to what they say. They don't know nothing. It's your job to teach them why they don't know nothing. Oh, shucks. Nicodemus, who had gone to Jesus earlier and who was one of their own number, asked, does our law condemn a man without first hearing him to find out what he's been doing? They replied, are you from Galilee too? Look into it, and you will find that a prophet does not come out of Galilee. So they still hung up on the fact of where Jesus came from. But there are two. If I'm correct, it's two Bethlehems, ain't it? I thought it was two Bethlehems that I heard. Let me see. Was Jesus born in a different Bethlehem? The New Testament says that Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea. But one rogue Israeli archaeologist says it's far more likely the Christian Savior was born in Bethlehem of the Galilee, more than 60 miles from Jerusalem. Avarium Archery spent nearly 11 years excavating artifacts in Bethlehem of the Galilee, an ancient biblical village near Nazareth that was later settled by German Templars, which he believed showed the the traditional account of Jesus' birthplace may be wrong. But when he produced his findings to his employee, the Israel Antiques Authority, he found his proposal dismissed and worse, called a joke. Worse than a joke. Osby disagrees. The town of Bethlehem of Judea is about 6 miles south of Jerusalem and has always been considered the birthplace of Jesus. According to the New Testament, Joseph and Mary were living in Bethlehem of Judea at the time of Jesus' birth and later moved to Nazareth up north. In another account, Joseph and Mary, who were then 9 months pregnant, traveled more than 170 kilometers, 68 miles, from Nazareth to Bethlehem of Judea, Joseph's hometown, in order to be counted in a Roman census. That never made sense to Osri. How would a woman who was 9 months pregnant travel 175 kilometers on a donkey all the way to Bethlehem of Judea? He asked. It makes more sense that she would have traveled 7 kilometers, the distance from Nazareth to Bethlehem of the Galilee. Getting Jesus to Bethlehem of Judea is an important part of the Christian Savior's history. Those who believe that Jesus was a descendant of the house of David tend to believe that he was born in Bethlehem of Judea, where King David had been born 1,000 years earlier. Osri can list a host of details and historical facts that throw doubt on what has long been considered the accepted version of Jesus' birth and childhood. He begins with the lack of antiquities from the Herodian period in Bethlehem of Judea, which was around the time of the birth of Jesus, a fact that is corroborated by the Israel Antiques Authority. But Autry took it much further, particularly once he began excavating in Bethlehem of the Galilee. He first heard from the locals that Jesus was born in the northern town and not in the south. A local Christmas tree grower, Yosser Jager, who buys the idea, jokingly calls it Osri's conspiracy theory. During 11 years of excavations, Osri found a massive Byzantine era church with the cave hidden under the apse, as well as parts of a wall that may have circled the village and another two-story building that could have been an ancient khan or guest house. All would be from the period of Jesus' life. Says he has other proof as well. How did Mary and Joseph meet? He asks. She's from Tzipori, and he's from Bethlehem of Judea. What are the chances they will meet when they live so far away from each other in the ancient world? Zero. But Bethlehem of the Galilee and Nazareth and Tzipori are very close to each other. Osby published his findings in the Journal of Archaeology in 2005, 2 years after he completed the dig. He said the Protestants were open to it, but they are more orthodox in their beliefs, such as Catholics and the Greek and the Russian Orthodox were not willing to accept his ideas. Neither is the Antiquities Authority. Audrey ended up moving on to other digs because he didn't have a choice, even though he said he loved nothing more than excavate the church again, as well as the cave beneath. Uzi Dahari, the deputy director of the Antiquities Authority, said it won't happen because the ancient church is just one of the Byzantine churches built when Helena, Constantine's mother, came to Israel and built churches around Israel. There's no connection, and there's nothing to suggest Bethlehem of the Galilee could be connected, said Dari, calling Audrey's thinking impossible. There's nothing scientific to prove it, said Dahari, before throwing his own curveball. Anyone who does research and deals with this says that Jesus, the person, was born in Nazareth and his family was from Nazareth, said Dahari. The whole story of Bethlehem of Judea was just to tie him to the house of King David. It's just a religious excuse. Osford, however, holds out hope. He says the authority will allow him to evacuate further if it had the money and has tried to fundraise himself. He even asked if Neri Berkat, the mayor of Jerusalem, for funds. He said if Bethlehem of the Galilee was in Jerusalem, he would have done it, said Osri. So what do y'all think? So what do y'all think? It's two Bethlehems.
I
One is
thank you for this sermon because this hit like a lot with me, everything I've been through, and I didn't even know that there was two Bethlehems. So thank you, Beatty.
yeah, one is 7 miles from Jerusalem. The other one is 68.
I never knew this, so thank
So
you.
what's more believable? That a pregnant woman riding a donkey through the desert for 7 miles or for 68 miles?
Um, I just think there's more to all this story. I think there's more to the Bible, and especially in interpretations of the Bible in different languages, in different things get lost in translations. And maybe this is some of what was lost in the translations of the Bible, because it was you know what I'm saying, BD.
I think it would make more sense, but
Mhm.
it's not a big deal. But but for them sitting there debating where he came from, where does it matter where he came from? The man is
I
doing great miracles and speak like nobody else
I
has ever
totally
spoken
agree
on
with you.
earth.
It doesn't matter, but I'm just saying, knowledge is power, and I love learning. So thank you for teaching us. Because I don't know in the chat who knew it, but I didn't know this. So, um, you know, thank you, BD. This is new knowledge, and I love new knowledge.
I remember looking at a map and I said, "Hey, it's two Bethlehems."
Society said, this is a great find, BD. I must read it for myself later. See, this is knowledge for us. So, this is a treasure. Thank you.
It might be a good topic for a later show.
But we're going to do our Christmas show tomorrow, right? Though.
What Bethlehem Jesus come from? Yeah, you what time you want to do it tomorrow? Say about like
um,
5.
yeah, 5 would be good. I'll try to cook. I have to cook dinner though. You know what I'm saying? I'm a mom, so maybe around 8 would be better.
8. Okay.
Society, he doesn't have a PayPal. He has a
Yes, I
Cash
do.
App. Oh,
I
you
got a PayPal.
do?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I'll put it in chat. Give me 1 second there.
Thank you, Society.
Thank you,
For real.
society.
Thank you.
Mm,
I
putting it in right now. Hold on.
Society is really good people, BD. Uh, I
Well,
understand.
I hope they come back and bring some of their friends.
I know Society, so
I did it the wrong way.
thank you, Society. For real. Thank you. I told you she's a really good peep. She's my peep. I'm going to claim you, Society, as my friend, not as a person, but as my friend. And that's why I told you, Brother Derek, me, me and her, Society. I want you to know something. Me and Brother Derek's not always been uh friends either, and neither is me, Society. But yeah, you got to know. We are, aren't we, Brother Derek? We're friends. And
Yeah.
Society's my friend too. Word.
Mm,
And I'm just
They,
saying,
I can tell y'all right now, honestly, there are times when I might not come on or might come on late, and y'all don't realize me and Chun Li and talk for like 6 hours.
Yeah, me and brother Derek be talking for a long
And
time.
she be like, shouldn't you be live right now?
Yeah, I'd be like, brother Derek, you need to go live.
And we look up and they're like, dang, it's 10 o'clock already. Oh, yeah. And that's
Yeah.
why I wind up coming on late. You can always tell if we not talking, you'll see me come on at 5 or 6.
But brother Derek urges me to talk more, so he said I'm getting better on talking on here. So thank you, brother Derek, because I think I am getting better at expressing myself on here. Because I used to never talk on here. Am I right, brother Derek? I never talked, and I went from and I was born deaf, so I think I've come a long way. You know, my son fixed my headset where I could hear myself, but now I can't hear myself. I don't understand. I'm gonna get him to look at it tomorrow because I'm still having issues.
You really improved your speech and you took a lot of the shrill out of your voice and it sounds more natural. But before
Thank
you had
you.
that
But I
now you
couldn't hear myself, BD, when I had my computer sound went out on my computer. And you got to understand, I was born deaf, and now I'm having to wear a headset where everything sounds to me. I don't hear myself, and um, I want to get better at talking on here. You know,
you say hear yourself. My voice is terrible. I don't want to hear my voice talk.
I don't know. I want to hear myself to be able to know how loud I am because when I'm just talking, I don't know how loud I am being. You know.
We was in the market one day last week and we had 13 people in the chat. I said, God darn, we didn't know that. And I was waiting for somebody to come look because people always come look at the phone. I wanted somebody to say, yeah, there's 13 people watching me, and what?
That's great. I'm happy for you, BD.
I wanted somebody to say, and what?
And what? I'll
Right.
say it for you. And what?
Yeah. Oh, with the I hate to say it, with the phone being on the backpack on my shoulder, I don't have to carry the selfie stick. I spent all that money on that selfie stick, and now we don't even need it. I'm mad about that. I spent all that money on that selfie stick. It's a nice selfie stick, and now we don't even need it. I
I
got
I don't think you need it at all. I think you're doing good, BD.
it's a
But
the footage is
I think what we talked about yesterday is what you need to do with your bikes. You know what I'm saying? I think you need to do some footage and I'll help you edit it for free because I like you like that. And talk about each bike separately.
oh well we got the opportunity. Chung Lee gave everybody a Christmas present. Would y'all like y'all Christmas present earlier?
Did I? I
Yes, he
don't.
did. Redirect notice. What?
Uh-oh, what happened? What did I do? I don't even remember. What did I do, BD?
Hold on. You ready to see in a second?
I don't remember, BD. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm.
This is a present from Chung Lee.
Yeah. Hmm.
Um, this is our new um, this is our new speaker for the mobile live.
Yeah, because
We
we
can get rid
have
of
to
that
have
music.
something to listen to while he's, I don't know, we have some wee moments on the bike, but we don't want to hear Brother Derek just pedaling the bikes, or he don't have to pedal because he just rides it like a motorcycle. But we gotta have something to listen to while he's riding along.
It says dial 8 watt high performance speakers. Now, I'm hoping that means 8 watts of speaker and not 4 watts of speaker, but still we'll take it. I think it says dial 8 watt. So hopefully that's two 8 watt speakers. And also it has a base port, and it has the TF card slot. It has a radio on there, which you can't play radio anyway, but copyrights. But and it also has lights in the front. So now it was supposed to be here Thursday. I mean Friday. Let's see when it's coming. I hope it come tomorrow. So before we do the show, we can go out there and yep. Yep, it's arriving today by 9 p.m. It's 1:07 in the morning. So it'll be here by 9 p.m. Alrighty. And
Okay, BD, I'm gonna step down now. I just
okay.
wanted to come up and hang with you, you know.
All right. Now this is Davy's Christmas present.
Yeah, we had to get Davy something. I
It's gonna
call
be
her
all
Dave.
it's
I
gonna be
call her something else, don't I, BD? Mm-hmm.
so
I
hopefully
my
she
cat
enjoys it.
never liked those circle things, so I'll be honest. My cat would look at that and laugh at me.
She has one. She has one, but it's
But
hard to, it's
are
not as long as
different.
this. It's not as long as this one is.
All cats are different though, BD.
And this one
You
multicolored.
know? Yeah.
So I know what I'm gonna be doing. And I'm
But
at the
all those things are going to be kicked underneath your oven
yep.
or your bed. I think they're going to be kicked under. I like, I think she'll like them.
Well, it's a lot of things for her to play with. Like you said, she's gonna lose them all. But she's gonna have a nice Christmas.
I hope you had a nice Christmas, BD. I hope you say yeah.
I did because I got the shelves for the speakers
That's right.
in the bedroom, and
Hmm.
I ain't gonna show it because y'all gonna make fun of it. But I got a nose hair trimmer, and it came with a AA battery. And if y'all look, I have a charger with rechargeable double A's. Everything take double A's.
You know what,
I mean
BD?
triple A's.
You
And
remember la- you remember last night I was looking for batteries for my little flower thingies I showed you?
yeah,
Well, I found like remember I had batteries for one that was bright and not the other one. Well, I found three batteries that was brand new today. I didn't even know I had. Mm,
oh
they're
we
cheap batteries,
we
but
also got this for the hitch. But
yeah,
then
that's for the cart.
but it didn't come on time. It
What
didn't
can
come.
why can you just get a refund on it because you don't need it, right?
No, I'm gonna put it on Marsha.
Oh, okay.
Say hey. So now I can use either bike with the cart.
That'd be great. Hmm.
So we make the little short trips. And we can take the GS9 Plus, and I know it's really gonna be off the ground with them big tires.
But I don't think it'll matter. I think it probably will work better. The cart's gonna go wherever you go, and as fast as your bike will go. That cart is made for an e-bike. Hmm. Don't you
Well,
think?
I gotta say it didn't slow me down.
You were worried about that too, weren't you? I heard you say you didn't want to use the cart because you thought that it would slow you down. That cart would not slow you down at all.
I thought it was gonna be upside down.
No, I knew better, but that's why I encourage you to use it. I'm like, Brother Derek, why don't you use your cart? You know, why not? I mean, I was only making funny with the fanny packs, okay, to get you to use the cart. I like the fanny packs too,
The
but
granny pack.
the fanny packs, that's right. I thought the fanny packs weighed you down on the bike.
Now this was the speaker that I was going to get, so
I
I'm really
don't like
glad.
that
I'm glad
speaker.
that,
I
that Shelly
really
stepped in.
don't like that speaker. That looks like some.
I'm glad she stepped in. God darn that thing.
I really don't like that speaker, BD. Nope, 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 nope,
You know, hey, it looks cheap
nope.
and it is cheap. It's only $7.
No, it don't even look. It ain't that it looks cheap, but that on your bike is like rob me.
Cheap, 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 cheap.
Yeah, I mean that don't even make. That's not even made for a bike, BD.
Well, hey, it's good enough. And like I said, we got it in the army color. Shout
Yeah,
out to the
army
soldiers.
green. That's right. Thank you, BD. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
her feet is
shout.
shot up to 1576.
Huh?
God darn. I've been waiting for Davy Food to come back down. I'm used to paying $9.99 for it. It didn't shut up. God
What
darn.
you got a table and chairs there? Look, you got a table and chairs on your no, pause. You got a table and chairs there on your wish list? That's awesome. I
Well,
hope you get it.
you told me to put it there.
I
We did.
know.
This was added on January 30th.
Oh, that was last year, almost last beginning of the year. Yeah, I want you to get a table and chair. I know you won't eat it. You probably don't need it though, honestly. But it's nice to see it there. I didn't even know you still had it there.
Well, if I get the apartment downstairs,
Mm.
it's shaped differently than this one is, and the window it has two windows instead of one. So the window, um, like where I come in the door at now is where I'll be doing the show at because the door is up by my closet door. It doesn't have a closet door, so I'm gonna be losing that closet. I'm gonna be losing that space, y'all. I'm gonna be losing that closet, and because it's downstairs and it doesn't have a
Do you use the closet, Beanie?
that closet is full, child. So
Society's asking you. She's look what she's saying, Beanie.
oh yeah, hold on.
Society, I try to do my best by Brother Derek, don't I, Brother Derek? But everything's appreciated here, for real. Ain't that right, Brother Derek?
Okay. And there it is. It's in
Hmm.
the chat.
Yeah. Brother Derek is a heart patient, ain't that right, BD? And, he's not able to work. And that's what, a lot of people don't realize. Brother Derek's not able to work. And he's grinding on here. He's trying to sell his e-bikes. He's trying to do his shows, and he does his ministry on here. And that's to be respected and rewarded, I think. Hmm.
I hit the wrong button. So
But this is cool.
we were gone for a second. I hope everybody come back.
I hope so.
It's one thing that I would like to add to the list. I'm gonna try and get it on a third because watching you play the video games. It,
Yeah,
it,
Brother Derek's been watching me play my video game. Don't follow me at BD. My video game is expensive, but we'll get your controller, BD. I can't do nothing. I've done, you know what I'm saying? Maybe the first of the year I can help with a wireless controller to help you, you know.
but
I had to buy but I did good by you though, didn't I, for Christmas? But I'd do good by my son too. So, right, I have to wait until after Christmas to help more.
I'm gonna add. Just gonna add it to the watch list. It's too bad eBay don't have a watch list.
Look what society's saying, BD.
She said maybe I'll do the watch list instead of the PayPal. My PayPal can't find your account for some reason.
Thank you,
So is there another way of
society.
doing it? Yeah. Actually, we got several ways. Hold on.
She can't do pay Cash App because she's in Canada.
Okay. Hold on.
So you maybe she said she could do something maybe on your wish list.
Okay.
Just saying. Thank you, society.
Hold on a sec. I'm just not seeing it. I know it's here. Why am I not seeing it? Probably because don't nobody never hit it. That's why we can't see it. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can find it here. Uh, we got a StreamYards link. I'm trying to
She
find it.
says she could do PayPal or a wish list, right? Society. I don't want to misspeak. I don't want to misspeak. You know.
Okay, I'm sorry. I said Streamlabs. Wait a minute. Let me put that in the chat. See if she can try that. Here's Streamlabs, dear or sir.
She's a ma'am. Okay.
Well, I said dear, and then I said, wait a minute. Suppose
We
it's
don't
not.
have antlers, Speedy. I'm making a joke. I'm sorry. I am Chung-Li memes, and I make jokes. Y'all forgive me. I hope. No will intentions, because I don't know. Deer has antlers.
All right. Do they have Streamlabs in Canada? And I remember NNC said she had a problem with the PayPal. It's more than one link. I think they all the same, but I think let me pick another one at random because it could be the link. Let me put that in the chat.
She said yes, Speedy. You gotta read chat, Speedy.
Okay, well, I'm putting the information there. I'm working, child.
I know,
I'm
I
always
know,
working.
I know. I'm trying to help out. I'm trying to be
But
co-pilot.
hey,
Okay.
but I
Maybe I should
appreciate it.
step down. I don't know. I'll stay up here for a little while longer. And I'm gonna go play VR. I got I play Beat Saber. I like Beat Saber. I'm in VR Oculus. I can't say it right, but
Um, Oculus.
yeah,
Is that how you say it?
Oculus. I can't say it right. But I love it. I love
Well,
you know what? I just bought the Lady Gaga music pack. And I'm trying to do Let's Dance, by Lady Gaga. That's gonna be the next song I post on my channel because I love that song. But it's hard. You think
that
this
Oculus
game
look
is.
like it's fun. I like it's fun, but I like games where you beat people up, and I love
Well,
Master
I
Chief
mean,
Collection.
I have that too. I have that too. I mean, I can be, but I'm also in other things that I haven't even. I should start maybe posting other things I do in the VR world because VR is so different than regular gaming. It's not a regular gaming thing. VR. I could watch you in VR on your 360, and I can I could turn and look everything at one. The 360 is different in VR.
Let me try something real quick because we used to have a PayPal on the 40 email, and somebody hacked it, and so they gave me another one, and I wonder if the link that she grabbed was actually from the one that was hacked. So hold on, I got it on this phone. Let me see if I can get the link off of this phone because Nonate Baquez has said that she had a problem when I gave her the link, and then I get it's three of them in that list, and she tried all three of them and it finally worked. And I know the seller was trying to find a PayPal, and he was having a hard time doing it. So maybe I got a bad link. I see one thing. Google don't have. They ain't got no problem taking that money. I see that. They ain't got no problem taking their money. Does anybody know where I can get the link at? Is that it right there?
I've always wanted to go there, society. I really one day I'm gonna try. I mean, I travel the society. I really do. I've been all across the United States, but I've never been to Canada. I've always wanted to
Okay.
go up there though, for real. That's I've been to the border of Mexico. I never crossed over though. I'll be honest. I've been on the border of Juarez. You don't want to cross over in Juarez, okay? Because the Mexican mafia will kill you and hang you over a bridge. Anybody. It doesn't matter who you are. They'll I don't know. They'll kill you. I was in a hotel when we went to leave because I lived on a mountain, but when we went to move off the mountain, we went into a hotel and this guy was like, I went over in Mexico and my luggage, uh they stole all his stuff, but I don't know how he had the hotel room, honestly. But I had these neighbors that tried to get me to go across the border with them. I think they were going to try to sell my ass, honestly. Excuse my language, but I really do, because I was. It's sad, but it's true. You don't understand. Um, the Juarez, look it up. Juarez is a horrible place, and I lived on the border of Juarez, Mexico, in El Paso. That is a rough area to live in. My son didn't even trust, it wasn't me, he trusted me. He told me not to even go walking there because he said if I went walking, that these people could scoop me up in a van and they'll never see me again. Did you find gold? Nope, didn't find no gold there. I didn't go looking either, society. I'll say I wish I had your email. I'd send you pictures of it. Uh I lived the highest on Mount Franklin, okay?
Okay.
And
Wait a minute. Hold on a sec. I got this. I got this off of the phone. I got this off the phone. So this is the link for the PayPal. Try this one. So I see this person is still trying to send these things in here. I was trying to ignore them.
Brother Derek, they're bots. They're not people, they're bots. They're scammers. They want people I don't know what those are.
Well, you hitting them and I'm hitting them at the same time.
Oh,
So
okay. I'm sorry. I
I'm not
didn't
mad at you.
mean.
Thank you.
No, I'm talking to society. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Not you, Chung Lee, my duck. Okay. I thought she was talking to me. My bad.
wait a minute. Hold on a sec. We need to
But
take
I
care of this.
lived in the gold area. I could have found gold, so that's why I was confused. My bad.
All right. So are they here?
But the cholos could have took me across the border. Anyway.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna get this out of here. Yeah. And copy it.
But Jack, you found gold. I had to ask him.
Now what you do is
Oh, I
look.
see what she's
It,
talking about.
it's real
Um,
easy now.
but Dick, did you find gold? I'm just curious too.
It's real
He
easy to
he
do this.
said he said he was panning for gold. Did you find gold, my duck? Eh, forgive me. I misread. Because these other people, brother Derek's posting the link, so I didn't catch what was happening. I didn't know Mud Duck said he was panning for gold. I wish
All
I'd
right.
find some gold.
All right. So they blocked on Brother Derek e-bike life. So now let's switch channels and let's go to e-bike life with Minister Brother Derek. And go to settings. I don't know if y'all can see this. Y'all might be still looking at Amazon. I got so many windows open. I apologize, y'all, but keep talking, Chung Lee. You keeping people busy while I'm taking care of
I feel
these
like
black.
I'm boring people. I don't know if I'm a good host. I try over here, everyone. I try to read chat. But, I really want to visit Canada one day.
All right, if it wasn't cold, I would want to visit it.
You know
Yeah,
what? I
maybe.
don't I really don't do good in cold either. I really don't. But El Paso was a trip. I lived on the highest peak in America. I think I'm not sure. I don't know. At least in Texas, I did. I lived on Mount Franklin, which is really high up there, and um, I lived on the border of Juarez, Mexico. Juarez is a dangerous place, Speedy. Mm.
Well, by the name, I guess so.
Juarez, Mexico. And no, they've been
Wore your ass
shows.
out.
No, Juarez. It's called. It's not. I'll send you pictures to prove it. I've lived on the border. People want to talk about the border, but they have no idea what the border really is. There's sections that there is no border, there's no wall, there's no fence. The border is a fence, okay? It's a high fence. And
Hold
and
on,
there's
I'm
some
on the
place.
last one. Paste and
But in Mexico that they will build homes out of cardboard boxes and rent them out. They rent out their sidewalks in Mexico, okay? And people will build homes out of cardboard boxes. It's sad. And but where I live, I always wondered because on the other side of the border, you got the Rio Grande, and on the other side of the border, there was a big X, right? And my neighbors, I was cool with, they were trying to take me across the border, and I said, "Hell no, I'm not going across the border." But there was a big X. They took me off for my birthday, right? And they took me along the border, along the big X, and I said, "What does the big X stands for?" They said, "Well, X marks the spot." That's what the X stood for. And the X was so big that they had a restaurant in the middle, and they hold yearly like fairs. Anyway, I'm probably getting lost here in translation.
all right, y'all. So y'all let me know if y'all see any more bots, cause I not only put it in there on the list, but I also did several things because I noticed that what they doing is they bringing the same things back, but they adding something to it. So I started making 3 different versions so that when they try and do it and come back, it ain't gonna work. So we'll see. Maybe we can get them to use up all that stuff, and then they won't have no more to send.
I hear you, Mud Duck. A lot of people loses their jobs because they what's bad is when you live in El Paso and you have all these co- uh people companies across the border factories that they'll send air pollution up in the air, right? Because they're not sanctioned. They can send whatever up in the air they want, right? And then you get all this smog that comes over the U.S. border into El Paso, and then you get this haze. It's like a yellowish haze, and you'll wake up smelling fumes, and it ain't nothing you could do about it. Word, it's sad. It's a beautiful place, but also not a good place to live because of fumes. It's like you're I don't know. I used to get tipsy and go swim in the we used to have this Olympic sized pool. Oh, okay, BD, I got you. I don't know if they want to hear me, but I'm just giving you my life on the border. No, there was water. There was water where I lived. I like the water there than where I live now because of I ain't gonna say where I live, but the border of Mexico, Juarez is not sanctioned by any health regulations, so you get all these pollutants in the air, and that's what the haze. I lived over a valley of I think 2 million. I'm not sure people, and now in New Mexico, there's people that living out in New Mexico with no water. They have water reserves, and you have to take these water jugs and go like fill your water jugs. I mean, no plumbing. I don't know how they do it. And I went out there with a girlfriend of mine. She had a daughter. Her husband or her ex lives out there, the father of her daughter, and I rode with her into New Mexico, and it's a desert. But there was no water. It was a little community, but there was no running water. Good night, society. Thank you, society. Yeah, it was a different world out there. People don't understand. They're in the United States. Um, different. It's everywhere's different. I'm tired too, society. I'm waiting for Brother Derek to come back and I'm getting off of here. I don't know, I might play Beat Saber one time and I'm going to bed myself. Thank you, society. Hope you come back. But Mud Duck, if have you ever been out there? To the desert? I don't know. I mean, I've been through what you want to call the Wild Wild West. Well, you know what? The movies are, nothing's changed out there. People got to understand the United States the way it is. The populated areas is the east and the west. You got your Central America towns, but there's places in the United States nobody is at. Nobody. And these westerns with the mountains and the desert, all that, nobody lives out there. Nobody. And I've been through it, so I know.
All right, society. We'll be here tomorrow. We having a big show tomorrow, so I hope you come.
Yeah, in a different world, Mud Duck, it's so different. People don't understand. Everyone thinks the United States is overpopulated. Really, it's not. Only the edges of the United States is overpopulated, and maybe a little of the center, maybe. But United States is not overpopulated. Only uh like where the sea is, the coast of each side of the United States is populated. The cities are overpopulated. But when you start going through America, you start coming on um there's really nothing out there in Texas. For real. I mean, it's crazy. Everyone thinks the United States is overpopulated. Look, I've been through the United States from one coast to the other. This shit's crazy, brother. Everyone thinks the United States is overpopulated. It's not. only, only, only the cities are on the coast of each side of the Americas, and maybe along the bottom southern, and maybe the top of the southern. I'm not sure, but the center of America is not populated, not by far. I mean, you
My
could,
duck is right. The jobs are on the coast because of the seaports and the airport.
yeah, right. Right. But I've went to towns in New Mexico where there's no running water, but people be living there. It's crazy. I'm like, I'm not living here. But you know what? You never want to go. Let me tell you something, BD. Never go through New Mexico with your windows down. Never. That's where all the cattle farms are. For real. I went to White Sands, New Mexico, right? But to go to White Sands, New Mexico, you have to go through everything in New Mexico, and the cattle farms are in New Mexico. So you have to roll your windows up and hope that you don't smell it.
Well, I ain't got to go that far. They have a Cloverland milk factory. And them
Mm.
cows, yeah, you be hearing me on the bike saying, "Woo, what did that smell?"
Well, you ain't smelt nothing until you go to New Mexico and ride. You're on the interstate, right? Going through. I'm trying to think of the town. I don't even know. I forgot. But anyway, you're going through New Mexico, and it's all these cattle farms. If you don't roll up, even if you roll up your windows, you're still gonna smell it for miles. You know what? And once you get through the towns in New Mexico, there's parts of New Mexico. There's not even a bathroom or no houses, no nothing. Because me and my son was going to White Sands, New Mexico. Okay, White Sands. Look it up, BD. Look
New
up White
Mexico.
Sands. Yeah, look up White Sands.
I just like saying Mexico.
Yeah, no, New Mexico. Look at White Sands, New Mexico. That's where me and my son went. But you have to go all the way through New Mexico, and that shit was crazy. The smells, and I had to use the bathroom, and there was no friggin' bathroom for friggin' miles. They had porta potties set up at one time on each side of the road. I'm like, what? And one time, I think me and my son took a wrong turn into one of these. I ain't gonna say it on here. you, you know, um, high clearance places, should I say? They said if you go down there, you could be shot. So we turned around and went back the other way. Anyway, I'm saying I've had a lot of fun out here.
Let me tell you something. You talking about natural dookie. There ain't nothing worse.
Then what? I know what you're
There ain't
talking
nothing
about.
worse than the human sewage plant.
Yeah,
'Cause you don't know what the
I,
heck is
yeah,
is.
yeah, right. I understand that one too. I
You
don't,
you
I
don't
ain't
know
gonna tell
what's in
you
that
where.
water.
I totally agree with you.
At least the animals, you know,
Hey, brother Derek, this is shitty conversation.
they eating
we should.
plants.
We're having a shitty conversation. We shouldn't be having a shitty conversation.
But this right here is East Point. It's about 5 miles from where I am right now. And I used to
Mhm.
I used to work down here. And I'm gonna tell you, it smelled like somebody, but it looked like this. And even though it's in the county, man, I couldn't work there. It paid good money though. Let me show you. It pays good money. but I can't do it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I couldn't do it, and I used to have to drive people home that worked there. And man, the smell. That's why I say I couldn't imagine being their wives and they coming home smelling like this every day. I'd be like, God
You
damn.
imagine having a house near there, everything smells like it, and your water tastes like it. Everything, you know, paper mills are worse. If you ever lived next to a paper mill, your air smells like farts. Your water smells like it. I don't know if you ever lived beside a paper mill, you know.
I want y'all to know every time you flush, every time you flush,
This is a shitty conversation, Beauty. We need to
it
get off
go
of this.
if you live here in Baltimore, every time you flush the toilet, your vomit, your throw up, whatever, it all come right here. And y'all see, this is the back river right here. This is Eastern Avenue. And on the other side of this 695 exit. On the other side of this is East Point Mall. I don't know if you ever heard of East Point Mall. But let me tell you, every time somebody flush a toilet, this is where it go.
Excuse me.
And it's their job. It's their job to take all the poop and everything out the water, to throw up the vomit, the piss.
And
It's
you
their
know what
job.
kind of fish they put in the water treatment plants? It's to, tilapia. It's the fish that they put in there to eat the poop, and then they sell the fish to people to eat.
Damn.
That's true.
What?
This is true.
I'll never eat
Tilapia.
tilapia again.
I'm just telling you. Look it up.
I
Look
will
it up.
never
You're
eat
there.
tilapia again.
I'm saying tilapia is the fish that they put in there to eat it. Look it up. I'm not lying. Look it up. Google it right now. We're on here.
This is called the
Tilapia.
this is called the Back River.
Oh,
Hold on, I'll do it in
yeah.
a second. Hold on. This is called the Back River. And if you notice, there's a lot of people. They got look at all these little houses just to be on the water, even though you right across from the duty plant. You right across from the duty plant. Look at all the houses. Look at all the houses, yo. Just to be on the water, you'll sit here and be right next to the duty plant. And after they clean the water, they put it. After they clean and get all the dookie out of it, they put it right back in the river. And people are killing themselves to live. Just to, I'm on the water. I'm on the
But the
water.
tilapia fish is what they put in the water of the treatment plant to eat it all. And then what they do is when the fish get, I guess, big enough, they sell it to uh, the American people. Look up tilapia and sewer plants.
Sewer or sewage?
I'm just telling you what I know.
I'm asking you, sewer or
Just
sewage?
put tilapia in waste management. No, it isn't shrimp. It's tilapia. Everybody talks about tilapia, but tilapia, I can't say it right now. Yeah. That's they're putting them they're farm raising them in our sewage and they're selling them back to this is some real knowledge here. A lot of people don't know about this. See, you don't understand. This isn't a conspiracy theorist.
Because of its resistance to low oxygen concentrations, the farm fish is sometimes used as the first step in treating wastewater. The mild white meat of the tilapia fish, along with its low fat content and high protein, vitamin, and mineral content, has made it an increasingly common food choice globally. Additionally, as a herbivorous fish, tilapia doesn't accumulate mercury at dangerous levels like fish that eat other fish, and its price is generally low compared to most farm fish. These qualities have made tilapia the second most cultivated fish in the world behind carp. One lesser known quality of the tilapia, however, is its high tolerance to wastewater. That's a nice way of saying high tolerance to piss and poop water. In many parts of the world, tilapia destined for fish feed, animal feed, or even human consumption are cultured in sewage ponds and tanks. According to the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization, although carp are more commonly cultured in excreta-fed operations, tilapia are even more tolerant of such environments can even digest blue-green algae, an impossible feat for most fish. Tilapia are disease resistant and more tolerant of low levels of dissolved oxygen than any cultured fish except the air breathing walking catfish, which makes it possible to cultivate tilapia at high densities. South China's sewage fed ponds, in fact, achieve very high yields through high density stocking and frequent harvest. One United States aquaculture operation, Kent SeaTech, uses a tilapia channel as the first stage of treatment for wastewater from the striped bass tanks. The tilapia consume 30% of the solids generated by the bass, becoming another crop in the process. A 2018 study that used tilapia tanks for wastewater polishing also showed high rates of nutrient, chemical oxygen demand, and E. coli removal. Tilapia can also use a simple yet easily maintained biological indicator for wastewater ponds while contributing to surrounding ecosystems. For example, Affluence in Black Water SA Wastewater Lagoon Rehabilitation Project in Panama stocked lagoons with tilapia as a living metric of progress. The oxidation ponds were producing foul odors that bothered surrounding communities for a decade. At the beginning, the ponds supported little life but algae, mosquitoes, and bacteria. Then combined treatment with beneficial bacteria and a solar-powered Fluence Lumen Air floating slow mixer was initiated, and a stock of tilapia was introduced. As water quality improved, the tilapia began to thrive and provide a food source for lizards, caimans, a small alligator species, and birds converging on that site. The region now has a newly invigorated ecosystem, and tens of thousands of nearby residents who had complaints of the odor have found relief. Mm.
But there's Mud Duck's right. They're also selling corn that's produced. No, I believe in manure and growing stuff. Don't I use it in my garden, okay? But they're raising farms of fish that is ingesting poop for human consumption.
Well, you know what they say? Well, what's good for the poop is good for your gander.
I guess so, BD. I'm just trying to be, but I'm speaking real knowledge. I mean, a lot of people swear by tilapia, but they don't understand they're eating their own waste. By eating tilapia, you're eating your own waste, literally.
And when hold on, Mud Duck sent an email.
Hmm. Hmm. I'm about to get off of here, BD. It's getting late.
Some snow tomorrow. Yeah, we've been here for 4 hours, so yeah, let's go ahead and call it a day, y'all.
Thank you,
We'll,
BD, for having me up. I appreciate this. I hope I've not been out of line.
thank you for coming up. Like I said, tomorrow we're gonna have a great show. I hope everybody comes in. We're gonna have
What
trivia.
about what time you think?
Didn't you
Well,
say 8?
yeah, 8 would be good because I gotta cook dinner and all that, you know.
Okay. We'll be on at 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Tomorrow's Christmas, isn't it? No,
Ooh,
tomorrow's,
Christmas is Saturday, ain't it?
yeah. I'm
No,
not
Thursday,
sure. Okay.
Friday, Saturday.
Just
Yes,
don't let me lose track of days. I do that sometime.
today is Thursday.
Okay.
Meaning, it was Wednesday, but now it's Thursday.
Okay.
So we got Friday and Saturday. So Christmas is on Saturday. So
Okay, I just need to know when to take my food out the freezer to start defrosting for me to cook for Christmas. That's all.
yeah, I just look. I got I still got $20 on the food stipend card, so we're gonna go get some Christmas victuals, and we'll be ready. So we'll go to the market. We'll go
You
to the
should
market tomorrow.
you should look into, I don't know what you want for Christmas dinner, but I know some places you can pre-order a dinner, you know, and have all the fixings. I don't know what you like though, but you probably do better what cooking your chicken
We
and,
got
and cooking your sides is what I'm saying.
no. I just gotta be more responsible. I'm trying to be better with the money management. Now
I think you are, if you get short at the end, I got you. You
first is
know.
the first is next Saturday. So you got Saturday, and then Sunday. The third is on a Monday, right? So that means that they're not gonna give us our money early. We're gonna have to wait till Monday. Yep, because the first is
You'll
Saturday.
be okay. You'll make
Second,
it through this, Speedy.
well, we
You
always make it
know.
somehow.
That's right.
So,
That's right.
so I'm trying to be responsible.
I know. That's how
Somebody
you
say,
can be.
you need to
Don't
budget your
listen.
money better.
Don't listen to haters, Speedy. Just do
You
your
know,
thing, Speedy. Don't listen to the haters.
you know you're not working, and yet you always at this phone like
You
you
know
rich.
what? You know what? You have heart. I don't care what they say. They don't understand. You have a pacemaker. You're not able to work. You're not like all these other YouTubers out here saying donate, donate, donate. You actually have a health problem and you live on a limited means every month. That's a difference. You're not able to go out here and work, BD. That's the difference between you and them.
I can tell you right now, if my doctors were to actually really watch me and see how I ride for y'all, they put me in a home somewhere.
No,
Yeah,
that's
you lost
good.
your
I
mind.
mean, you're doing good though with the bot come in again. Hold on, I don't see it. I seen it in the must be on another channel. I don't see it.
Hold on, don't
In
worry. I get
yeah,
them.
I'm trying to block them. They're coming in with different terms, but it ain't just you. Other YouTubers have said they seen them. Even Seven has called it out. They've been coming in Seven's chat too. The bots. It's the revenge of the bots, everyone.
Yeah, but well, only thing I'm saying is, why don't you come to somebody that's big? Why
But
you come to somebody small?
they're not even human. They're bots. I don't their purpose is they want you to look up whatever they're posting and click on it. That way they can scam you. Yeah, they're not even human. It's just some bots. So it ain't just trolls excuse me, you gotta look out for anymore. It's the bots.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to find him. No, he's not on the. Which one is this? That's E-Bike Life while disabled. They're not on that channel. So how come the other you? Why is the other channel on here? I don't
Well,
understand that.
I don't know how I ended up on the other one, but I did. But I felt my way.
No, no, that's not what I'm fussing about. Well, I
Mhm.
blanked the computer, right? So it took out a lot of
Yeah.
the channels because I blanked it. And so normally you can keep 10. You know, you can keep 10 stored up. All right. So are we here? Okay, now go to your channel. Okay. Dad, we lost subscribers. We had 533. We down to 526. Man, you just keep stealing my stuff, don't you, YouTube?
YouTube's will steal your subs, they'll steal your views, and they'll steal your likes. For real. I wouldn't
All right.
worry about it. Just do your thing on here.
All right. The one we looking for, is it Amos Stars or is it Mathis? Which one am I looking for? I see two of them here.
I don't see it. Mathis has been blocked by somebody.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I just saw it. Doggone it.
It was
Wait,
Mathis. It's
hold
been
on.
blocked.
Yeah,
Somebody evolved it. Fish
methods.
is easier.
All right, hold
My
on a sec
duck.
now. That's a daggone shame.
I agree, my
They
duck.
took the palm out.
I'm just being I'm just making a point though. Putting it in plants is one thing, but when you have I don't know. I used to eat tilapia, but tilapia they made popular, really popular recently. I mean, I never even heard of tilapia until recently. Is what I'm saying.
I was in the market the other day and looking at it. I thought to get some, glad I didn't.
I mean, as Mudduck says, he's right though. They do use com. You know, I don't know about human poop for compost for plants. I don't know about that one, but I do know they use it. If they do it for fish, I'm sure they probably do it for plants too.
But
But that's
human poop is the worst because in animal poop they're only eating what they eating, but human beings
usually,
are with
usually
drugs and
in, but
alcohol and all
listen
kinds of
to
stuff.
me, usually in plants they use cow manure. Cow manure is the best plant. I know because I've used cow manure in my garden. So I know for sure that I never use human waste in my garden. I'm sure farmers use cow manure in their gardening because it's the best.
All right, I took care of the back. I went in there
Okay.
where they was and I got the link and then I put four different ways. See, they'll try to put like a space in there or they'll add a space and then it's not the same. They can put it in again.
Rice is actually, I know something about rice because where I'm from, they had rice plantations. I hate to say it. They do rice on rivers. I don't know what you're talking about. The
Well,
same
I'm
thing.
having shrimp and rice tonight. So
No,
please
no,
don't
no,
ruin it for me.
no, I'm not. I'm trying to help you out. Rice
Don't
is
ruin it.
made from rivers, not from, I don't know what you're talking about because I, uh, where I'm from, rice is still made in the rivers. They harvest it from the rivers, not from wastewater, mud duck. You're wrong from that.
Well, can we change the subject? Because when I get
Yeah.
off of here, I'm about to go in there and make my shrimp and rice. I'm
Okay,
about to-
brother, Derek, we need to hurry up and get off of here for real. I'm
Okay.
not trying to run nothing from you, but the tilapia thing. I used to eat. I stopped eating tilapia when I found out they had tilapia farms in the sewage waste plants. That's when I stopped eating tilapia. No, I have no problem with plants and stuff like that in the wild, but when you're raising a fish in the sewage plant for human consumption, I have a problem with that. There's a difference.
Why? So they can go poo poo pee doo.
Ba-doop, ba-doop.
All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and call it a night.
Okay.
Thank y'all for
Peace
watching.
out.
Hold on. As Nia would say, see you soon. As
As
Chung Lee
Charlie
would
Lee
say,
say, peace
don't forget the
out.
wash spray.
Yeah, don't forget to wash spray and peace out.
All right. See y'all tomorrow. We having a big show to be here. We out.
Yeah.